channel. English translation 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 English Translation Channel. English Translation Channel. English Translation Channel.
après-midi. Comment allez-vous? Are you having fun? Are you enjoying Winnipeg 2016? Amusez-vous bien? C'est un grand honneur pour moi.
It's a great honor for me to be here as a junior MP to serve as co-chair here in Winnipeg 2016.
Liberals elected in Alberta, this convention right here in the West makes me and we feel like we are at home. It makes me feel like we are at home because of the very warm Western Winnipeg welcome that we have all experienced. Merci au Comité de Winnipeg.
Thank you to the Member of Parliament from Winnipeg for this warm welcome. We feel at home also, thanks to the fact that we are here with each and every member of our national caucus, women and men who are quite devoted from all fields of experience, come from all corners of our country to represent their people.
Our National Caucus, women and men from every walk of life, from every corner of this country, here in the most diverse and inspirational caucus in the history of our country. Women and men dedicated to making the lives of their constituents better and the lives of every Canadian better. Nous sommes très reconnaissants.
We're very happy, and I would like to take this opportunity.
Take a moment right now. Veuillez joindre à moi en
Take a moment and thank and congratulate all the members of the Liberal Party of Canada National Caucus.
Okay, caucus colleagues, admit it. Occasionally it feels good to us. But friends, Liberal friends, none of us, not one single one of us, aucun député ne sera élu.
No MP would be elected with the very hard work of the volunteers who are here with us, with each of them and every member of our national caucus.
Volunteers who gave hours and days and months and even years of their time to get the people in this room elected. And so from each one of the members of the National Caucus to each one of you volunteers, it is now our turn. C'est maintenant notre tour comme membre du caucus.
As members of the National Caucus, and to thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
Each one of these volunteers, a proper Liberal welcome and thank you. Chers bénévoles, c'est vous qui avez fait possible.
Dear volunteers, it's thanks to you that we got 4 million conversations with Canadians from one ocean to the other, and you're the ones who brought about the real change.
Conversations with Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And each one of you in this room is an architect of real change in our country, and you have changed this country for the good forever. Grâce à vous, chers bénévoles.
Thanks to you, dear volunteers, our country is better and more than ever turning towards the future.
Party of Canada. The Right Honourable Justin Trudeau. I guarantee you, you will know when the pre-show will begin. So I'm going to encourage you to talk to your neighbors, to have some wonderful conversations, jaser, discuter entre vous entre-temps.
Chat with one another while we're waiting. The Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, head of the Liberal Party, will be here in a few minutes. Have fun, stay in the room, and use the rest of this Congress here in Winnipeg.
Party of Canada Convention here in Winnipeg 2016. Merci, mesdames et messieurs. À bientôt.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
January of 2014, chasing the nomination, signing people up. It's January, it's -20, I've got people on the doors with me, we knock on this one door, this guy comes to the door, what do you want? Big fiery red hair. So I want to sell you membership. Which party? The Liberals. Get in here, it's cold. So we're doing the paperwork and he's got to go find some money. We will go into the kitchen and his little boy's there, Ben. He introduces himself and kind of giggles and then leaves. And we're finishing up the paperwork, his dad, Chris. And then before we leave the kitchen, Ben comes in and he says, here, mister, this is for you. And he hands me a loonie. And I looked at him and I said, Ben, are you sure you don't want to keep that and invest it? He goes, oh no, I have an investment piggy bank. This is from my helping other people jar. You're out here in the cold and doing good things for people and I want to help you. And I was like, oh wow. And I looked at him and I said, Ben, you are now the youngest donor to the Randy Bossino campaign and I will keep this loonie and I will keep working hard to represent you in Ottawa.
If I used one word to describe myself, it would be Canadian.
Passionné.
Driven, methodical,
energetic.
lucky,
Good comes to mind, pardon the pun on the word, but passionate.
Liberal. Since I was a little kid, I always made the connection between getting involved and being able to help. I used to subscribe to Hanser. I just always wanted to be part of that. So I've gravitated always around politics.
C'est en militant comme jeune dans une association de comté dans ma région à moi, le Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. C'est comme ça que j'ai commencé la politique. J'ai attrapé la piqûre de la politique.
I had a group of friends that were in my house one day, and my son was there, and he was chatting, and he said, I'm encouraging Mom to get into politics. I think he had it planned.
Je pense qu'il y a beaucoup de bon et de bien qui peut être fait en politique, j'y crois sincèrement. J'ai toujours eu l'impression que c'est en politique que j'avais le plus à offrir. Même si je suis avocat de carrière, j'ai l'impression qu'en politique, on peut se pencher sur des enjeux qui sont vraiment importants pour la société et qu'on peut aider le sort de nos confrères, de nos consoeurs.
I'm the first person in my family to actually run for public office ever, and so it took a little bit of time for the idea to digest. And it was a ride. It was a very interesting ride. There was never a dull moment.
One of the ways that we attracted some really wonderful female candidates in particular, which was through the Ask Her to Run campaign, which is a unique movement to encourage women to run and to seek nominations.
There wasn't one path that everybody followed. A lot of people just stepped up out of the blue, but a lot of people, we went out and sought the best.
It took years of pulling together candidates from across the country, many conversations, cajoling a few great people to join the team and say, you know what, I know that you have a fantastic career doing other things and doing fabulous, important things in the world, but this is really important too, and we want you to join.
To take that plunge and to do so when you're in the third party, that's asking a lot of people. There was an excitement that was building around this movement, and so from coast to coast to coast, we got exceptional people to stand up, diverse people, a lot of different backgrounds. That was exciting to watch over sort of a 2-year period.
I made the decision to run 2 years before the election, and then from there the journey started. I had to recruit many volunteers that helped us along the way.
I campaigned in a motorhome. That's the way to cover that size of turf. So I'd take my dogs and some of the campaign workers, and I lived in a motorhome 5 days of the week. We had volunteers all throughout the district, so when I went into a community, we usually had people there. Most of them I knew, but we were able to grow on that.
Really a young, energetic group from high school and university and colleges nearby. They really energized the office, full of ideas, challenging the status quo, very passionate about the issues, made me do a lot of door knocking, so I lost a lot of weight during the campaign.
Volunteers contributed in so many ways in every single riding across this country.
We depended entirely on volunteers. The team of people here in Ottawa, the team of volunteers all across the country, never lost focus, worked 24/7.
They were fabulous, and I represent a riding, just a stone's throw away from Parliament Hill. So I have some of the best campaigners in the country, I think.
My team, I would say, was the best team across the nation. We had people from all walks of life.
My team around me in the campaign was, for me, an absolute blessing.
Our volunteer team, they sweated bullets. They worked tirelessly. They bled. Some of them, slept at the campaign office overnight. It was a remarkable team that did not stop until 7:25 p.m. on Election Day, got people to the polls, with 3, 4, 5 minutes to spare.
Best campaign teams were fun. They spoke, they talked, they were communicating with each other. I knew when I walked into a campaign office and I didn't understand what they were saying because everything was an inside joke, that this was a good campaign.
I really think that young people who are considering to be in politics someday, because I was one of those young people, looking at the TV screen and saying, hey, that green chamber, maybe I could be there someday, is to live your lives, be constructive, add to your community, however you define that. Just keep being involved, and then when the timing feels right, at that point you got to make the decision and not look back.
Il faut pas attendre qu'on nous déroule le tapis rouge puis qu'on nous dise bon mais allez-y, la place est vôtre. Il faut s'imposer puis montrer qu'on le fait avec sérieux, avec crédibilité puis avec aussi notre façon de voir le monde puis ça faut en être fier.
You have to be committed and dedicated, and I think above all else, passionate about public life because it is demanding.
There's going to be a few bumps, there's going to be some setbacks, that's the name of the game. You're going to have challenges, you're not going to necessarily get the desired outcomes, but that persistency, that passion and that hard work is critical.
Any job in politics is not an easy job, but it's a really fun job.
Il faut y aller pour les convictions de ses idées. Et puis, il faut toujours garder cette ligne-là, toujours. Et puis, c'est comme ça qu'on garde le succès en politique. Puis la politique va amener beaucoup de bonnes choses. Au niveau, c'est extraordinaire de pouvoir, de sentir qu'on fait partie des changements. C'est quelque chose d'extrêmement gratifiant.
There's challenges in everything you do. There's challenges in walking here today, right? And you deal with life, what's in front of you. You know, I was brought up when a challenge is put in front of you, you either go around it, over it, or under it.
Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, of the Liberal Party of Canada, le Premier ministre du Canada, le très honorable, the Right Honorable Justin Trudeau.
Merci, mes amis.
Thank you, my friends.
Anyone else miss that song? You guys having a great time here in Winnipeg? Mais vraiment,
You can't really not have fun when you're surrounded by thousands of friends from everywhere in the country, liberals like us and you that worked hard to show that politics doesn't have to be negative or divisive.
to prove to Canadians that, as we all know, better is always possible. Merci à tous d'être ici. It's an honor to meeting friends and colleagues. Anywhere I look in the room, I see folks who knocked on doors, knocked in signs, joined the Laurier Club, put names on ballots, put in long hours in campaign offices, built up teams of volunteers, donated through the occasional emails the party sends out, made phone calls, toiled through massive data entry challenges, and generally devoted yourselves for weeks, months, and even years to building our party into a movement, electing a better government, and mostly helping Canadians choose a better future for our country. Let's hear it once again for our Liberal caucus and the tireless Liberal volunteers and team who made October 19th happen together. My friends, it's wonderful to be back in Winnipeg because this was one of the last and most memorable stops for me on the campaign. It was the Saturday night before Monday's election. We started early morning in Halifax with stops in St. John and Thunder Bay before we got here just as the sun was setting. As folks remember well, we've been drawing some pretty big crowds, but Winnipeggers brought it to a whole new level. I mean, we were still blocks away from the St. James Civic Centre when we started to see folks lining the sidewalk. Close to 3,000 people had come out on a lovely fall evening with their kids, with their friends, just to be part of that moment. Now, we knew they wouldn't all fit in the building, and so did they. But I got out of the car and walked the line to shake everyone's hand, to thank them for coming, to thank them for being part of the campaign, and to ask for their support. See, for me, that's what this campaign was all about. Everyday Canadians deciding that they wanted a better future for their families than the one that Stephen Harper was offering. And I said this many times last fall, but it bears repeating. Our campaign wasn't about me, it was about Canadians. And now that Canadians have sent us to Ottawa as their government, they need to know that we will spend every single minute of every day working for them, that we will always go out of our way to listen and take the time to stay connected. But it's nice to see we can still draw a crowd in Winnipeg, isn't it?
Well, think about it. Last time we were here in a convention, we only had 36 seats in the House of Commons. Unbelievable. My friends, even if it was a pleasure for me to be heading this small but redoubtable team, irreducible Gauls, I must say it's way better to lead a government that has 184 Liberal members. And it's thanks to your hope and your hard work that we're here today. For each door you knocked on, each phone call you made, each neighbor, friend, member of your family that you gave our message to, I must say thank you from all of us.
Now, our Conservative friends are also meeting this weekend. They're in Vancouver, where, among other things, they're debating the merits of marriage equality. In 2016, more than a decade after we made same-sex marriage legal in Canada. Hey. Look, better late than never. And it gives one hope. Perhaps 10 years from now, they might finally be willing to admit that climate change is real.
or realize that tax cuts for the rich people don't help the middle class, or that government shouldn't be allowed to legislate what women can wear on their heads. Well, we can hope, my friends, we can hope. So the Conservatives might be slow to change, but we need to remember that even though they may be our opponents, they're not our enemies. They're our neighbors and they're our friends. So I want to take a moment. You see, there are only a handful of people alive who know what it's like to do this job I have now, and I'm one of those people. And I can tell you, even if you weren't a fan of his politics, there can be no doubting Stephen Harper's commitment to our country. So let's take a moment to recognize former Prime Minister Stephen Harper. I ask you to join me in thanking him for his many years of public service. And if there's only a handful of people who know what it's like to be a PM, there's only a slightly larger other handful who know what it's like to be part of a PM's family. And of course, I'm in that handful too. So let me tell you, it's not always easy. So I want us all to take a moment to thank Lorene, Ben, and Rachel for standing with him through thick and thin.
Yeah, 2 years ago, our last convention, national convention in Montreal, we rolled up our sleeves to find an ambitious plan that reflected the aspirations of Canadians. We also had full and frank discussions with millions of Canadians, and that's why people felt involved with our ideas, because they answer their values, their concerns, their hopes. Canadians didn't only want a different government, they wanted a better government.
Canadians wanted a government that took the time to listen, really listen to them, and one that was willing to build a plan based on what Canadians said they needed, not on what was politically expedient. Canadians responded to the plan we built because they saw themselves in it, their concerns, their struggles, their hopes, their values. Canada has always been a land of opportunity, a country founded on a very simple premise, that whether you came here or were born here, if you work hard, you can build a good life for yourself and for your family, no matter who you are or where you're from. In Canada, everyone gets a real and fair chance to succeed. We believe that a government that cares about the success of its citizens should do everything it can to help strengthen the middle class and all those working hard to join it. We don't just believe it, we put it into action the day we took office and every day since. And it will continue to be our focus every single day that we serve Canadians as their government. Our first order of business was to cut taxes for the middle class, to give middle-class Canadians more money in their pockets to save, invest, and grow the economy. And thanks to that tax cut, nearly 9 million Canadians have more money on every paycheck. That's real change that makes a real difference. We also promised to help Canadian families with the high costs of raising kids. So in our very first budget, we kept that promise. Starting this July, the Canada Child Benefit will give 9 out of 10 Canadian families more money tax-free to help with everyday expenses, things like clothes, food, and childcare. The Canada Child Benefit is not just real change, it's a real investment in people, in Canadian families, in a stronger middle class, and in our shared future. Nous avons promis d'aider les familles.
We promised to help Canadian families to deal with the high cost of raising children, and in our first budget, we actually kept our promise. As of July, thanks to the Canadian Child Benefit, 9 families out of 10 will have more money to cover daily expenses like groceries, childcare, and clothing. Because the Canadian Child Benefit is more than real change. It's also an investment in Canadian families, in a stronger middle class, and in our common future. My friends, we make these investments because we listened to what people were asking for, and it's not the time to stop.
And it's even more important to listen in government, although it's harder, sometimes in ways that we don't expect. We need to be both aware of that and beware of that. I'll give you an example. I arrived here last night directly from Japan, where I represented Canada in my first G7 summit. We also had a great few days of meetings with Prime Minister Abe and with some of Japan's most significant investors in Canada. And as we were driving around Tokyo from meeting to meeting, I looked out the window and thought to myself, hey, Tokyo seems a lot less busy than last time I was here. I mean, it's the world's biggest city and there's no traffic. So I turned knowingly to Sophie and said, you see what good infrastructure investments can do? This is why we're investing billions in public transit. There's no one on the roads because everyone's on the subway. Except Sophie then looked at me to check if I was joking, and then she shook her head with a smile and said, Justin, there's no other cars on the road because you're in a motorcade. Okay, you laugh and you should, but it makes a really important point. On top of the, I still say, legitimate point about public transit investments. We're here because we reconnected to Canadians. They don't get to attend summits with Barack Obama and Angela Merkel, or travel in motorcades, or sit in the House of Commons. But they're depending on us to do all those things for them, on their behalf, in their interests, to have them in our minds and hearts as we represent them and work for them at home and around the world. They're depending on us to do what we promised to do. Begin spend, and end every single day working for everyday Canadians. People, people, people. It wasn't just a campaign strategy, it's the way we govern. And this is especially true for people who have been shut out and ignored for far too long. We've begun the hard work needed to give a fair shot to Canadians whose potential has been squandered for too long. My friends, no relationship is more important to me and to Canada than the one with First Nations, the Métis Nation, and Inuit people. And that's why we have taken real positive steps to ensure that Indigenous peoples have the opportunities that other Canadians have enjoyed for centuries. And we know these changes won't happen overnight or even in the course of any single mandate, but we're not letting that stand in our way. Instead, we're investing $3.6 billion in First Nations education and more than $1 billion in essential social infrastructure like accessible housing and childcare on reserves. We've started to extend the ladder of opportunity for Indigenous peoples in Canada, and we're not stopping there. We're also doing our part to create better opportunities for 25,000 Syrian refugees fleeing chaos and violence. Thousands of Canadians and communities all across the country have welcomed these newcomers, not with suspicion or mistrust, but with open arms. In our compassion and in our generosity, we've opened up a world of opportunity for these new Canadians, and we did it not by falling victim to fear, but by staying true to our values.
You might remember that our adversaries tried to question our values during the campaign. They even went further than that. They tried to make equality of all citizens a campaign issue. I said so during the campaign, I'm saying it again today. A Canadian is a Canadian. End of story. Whether it's our fundamental rights or the consequences that we face when we don't respect them, we're all equal in the eyes of the law. But it's not enough. We still have a lot of work to do.
Important work of those who have fought before us and for us. Whether they fought for the vote, or for reproductive rights, or for our right to marry whom we love. We need to continue to work hard every day to make sure all Canadians are treated fairly and as equals, and that's why we introduced long overdue legislation to ensure the full protection of transgender people under the law. Thanks to that legislation, trans Canadians will finally be equal and protected by the law. That bill signals our party's enduring commitment to progress, to the idea that better is always possible. Mes amis,
friends, we can't be afraid of being courageous. We have to show the same commitment towards progress within our party that we actually show in our government policies. We had a lot of success during the last months, but that is the result of many years of hard work. We should never forget where we were only a few years ago and how we got out of that hole.
Finished a distant third, left for dead as a political force, out-hustled and outworked by opponents who had modernized their parties and, quite frankly, had done a far better job of connecting with Canadians than we had. This was not a passing nightmare that we've simply now lurched awake from. It was real. It happened. And it was almost the end of us. But we didn't luck our way out of it. We worked our way out of it. In 2012, in Ottawa, we took a leap of faith with Canadians. We revolutionized this party when we blew its doors wide open and invited Canadians in to reinvent it. Eight months later, when I launched my leadership in Papineau, I said that it was time for us to trust Canadians. That if we wanted to have a future at all, we needed to give the Liberal Party of Canada back to Canadians. Well, we did, and look what they've done with the place. We have grown into a confident, mature, open movement, united and focused on what matters to Canadians and to our future. But the party constitution we have today is a product of the era we worked so hard together to put behind us. The era of factional battles, and of hyphenated liberals, of regional chieftains and behind-the-scenes power brokers, of the closed, insular thinking that almost killed this party. That is the Constitution that we need to replace. Let's make one thing clear about our existing Constitution. It's not a venerable treatise written with Wilfrid Laurier's pen. It is a hodgepodge of 18 different documents that, strung together, would scale the Peace Tower twice. It empowers a bureaucracy that creates conflict and distance between us. Most important for me and for any future party leader, it creates distance between the leader and the grassroots. Look, we have debated our party constitutions for years. We're liberals. We like to debate each other. That's good, and it's healthy, and it's right. I'm always suspicious when anything passes through a liberal gathering without argument. So I want to honor the people who've spoken up with concerns about the new constitutional proposal. It takes courage to speak out against something your party leadership believes in. And I want you to know that I admire you and thank you for doing it. But I also want to say this. If I thought for a second that the new Constitution was about taking power away from the grassroots, I would be right there with you, shoulder to shoulder, speaking out against it. But it isn't, and it doesn't. And I know that because you helped write it. This is a reflection of every door you knocked on and every phone call you made. We wrote it together. This new Constitution is about closing the distance between the leader and every single contributor to this movement we've built. Hundreds of thousands of Canadians joined us in the past years. They created a movement, and we, all of us together, are its leaders. Grâce à cette nouvelle constitution.
Thanks to this new Constitution, we'll be able to meet the concerns of Liberals more efficiently and in a more modern way, just like you. I'd hope to have 338 Liberal riding associations that have a strong presence within their communities. Associations that do everything they can to get their members of Parliament elected, and members of Parliament who will speak high and loud for their fellow citizens in Ottawa. And just like you, I also want a national party that's always there to serve the riding associations. The party has to be there to support the work that Liberals do in each and every one of those ridings. And finally, I want local associations and all those who volunteer their time find it more easy to have access to the main leaders of the party, including myself. We have to modernize our structure to get the roots closer to the leaders. That's exactly what this new Constitution will allow us to do.
To build the next steps in our movement, a modern, responsive, wide-open organization that anyone can join and shape and work to build. It is a Constitution that catches up to the movement we made together. It is the Constitution we need to continue to be successful. We know that because we hit rock bottom, and it was liberating. We thought hard about what we needed to do, and we worked even harder to get it done. Our colleagues in the other parties have not yet learnt these lessons, but they could, and we need to stay 2 steps ahead of them. With this new Constitution, we will. Mes amis, pensez.
Friends, think about that when you go vote today. I need your support to make our party into a modern party that will be listening to Canadians. It's time to go ahead with a new chapter.
Today, let's finally and firmly close the book on a painful era in our party's history. Let's keep this movement focused on serving Canadians. My friends, We've accomplished a lot over the past few years together. We can and should be proud of all that we've achieved. But as important as it is to reflect on our success, we need to stay focused on the hard work that lies ahead. There is more hard work in front of us than behind us. And as we take on that hard work, I ask each of you to stay hopeful. Every day you have a choice, and I hope you will always make the choice to stay ambitious, to stay idealistic, to stay positive. Mes amis, nous sommes une grande...
Friends, we're a great team, all of us together. We're counting on you, so tell us what your concerns are. Express yourselves. We're listening to you. It's today that we will build, it's together we will build a better future for all Canadians.
I know that with your help, we will get the job done, and we'll do it the same way we've done it all along, with hope and hard work. Merci beaucoup, mes amis. Thank you very much.
Testing.
There we go. Okay, wow, what an amazing opportunity to hear Justin Trudeau here in Winnipeg, Manitoba. A reminder to all delegates, for the 2 constitutional sessions, we will be in 2 rooms, the Plenary Hall and Winnipeg 2. We urge you to attend in either one of the rooms. Now, if I could get your attention, I would like to welcome you all here for what I believe is a very important conversation amongst our Atlantic premiers. I'm sure I'm not alone in this room when I express my view that our Atlantic provinces have always been foundational in forging of a liberal vision for this country. And in the last election, every seat in Atlantic Canada turned Liberal red.
Avec 4 premiers ministres des gouvernements.
With 4 premiers from the Liberal governments, it's a great opportunity for us to talk about issues and bring about positive change.
Participants of our Atlantic Premiers panel. Our moderator this afternoon is Ms. Ginette Petitpas-Taylor, Member of Parliament for Moncton Riverview Dieppe. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Brian Gallant, Premier of New Brunswick, Stephen McNeil, Premier of Nova Scotia, and Dwight Ball, Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador.
If I didn't know better, I think this was Steve Murphy's chair.
Bonjour tout le monde. Ça nous fait un énorme plaisir d'être ici avec.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great afternoon to have you here.
It's truly an honor and a pleasure for me to be your moderator here today. And welcome to the session. I might be a little biased, but I think a few conversations here in Winnipeg where the dialogue between the provinces and the federal government is more timely and important. Whether we're discussing the resource sector strategies for long-term economic growth and growing the middle class, there are no issues that are simply regional anymore, and we all know that. I think it is fair to say that with all 4 premiers, including my 3 colleagues here with us this afternoon, we have had what you might call a strong working conversations over the last 7 months. We know that we can't take on the challenges, and I might add that great opportunities that we have ahead, we certainly have to deal with them collaboratively. That is not to say that we're always in agreement. It is never far from our minds that there are distinct issues and economic factors that affect the working lives of Atlantic Canadians. But I would allow our panelists, my colleagues, and my friends with us here today to speak a little bit about that. So with that, let's begin. I would like to ask Premier Ball if perhaps you could give us a few comments to start to frame the conversation here today.
Thank you, Jeanette. It's great to be here. Certainly so much energy in this room today, and make no wonder we just left one of the most fabulous leaders that we've seen in the history of the country just leave the room. But what we see on this stage today with our 3 Atlantic colleagues here, and of course Premier McLaughlin not able to be with us today for obviously commitments that he had made earlier, but what you're seeing here today and what you'll be exposed to is really nothing new to us. We often get together, and this has been happening long before we became premiers in our individual provinces. So the fact that we had 32 MPs from Atlantic Canada, that just did not happen. That happened because there was a lot of hard work that went into the planning long before the federal election. And the fact that you're seeing 4 Liberal premiers in Atlantic Canada just did not happen. It happened because of a lot of planning, a lot of hard work by a lot of volunteers in this community. So we've been together quite a bit, and we've been talking about things that we can work together on in Atlantic Canada, about our economy, how we can improve health care for Atlantic Canadians, and how we can attract more people in terms of population growth in Atlantic Canada. So this is nothing new to us, and we'll continue this, and we look forward to some questions from the floor here today.
Thank you, Premier Ball. Mr. Premier Gallant.
Premièrement, merci beaucoup, Ginette.
First of all, thank you very much, Jeanette, for inviting us to talk here today with our friends. I think you're a great example of the very dynamic and extraordinary team that we have within the Liberal caucus and obviously within the Trudeau government. And the 32 members of Parliament from the Atlantic provinces are definitely all exceptional people. So I'm extremely pleased. I mean, I don't know, Renee, you might be a bit biased, but that's fine.
Happy to be here because it's nice to see all of the people that have worked so hard across the country to work together to realize what we did as a party. The Prime Minister said it, and it deserves to be said again. It's because of the volunteers, it's because of the great teams all across this beautiful country. It's because of the people that put in the time necessary to get the message out of hope and hard work. And I have to tell you a quick story, and I look forward, like Dwight said, to taking questions and having a conversation with you. I had the chance, because of Scott Bryson nominating me to be a young global leader, to go to Davos for the World Economic Forum. While I was there, I got to meet incredible people, as you can imagine. They would ask you what you did when you're in the shuttles or in the hallways going from session to session. So I started off saying, well, look, I'm a politician, I'm from Canada, I sort of explained New Brunswick, I sort of explained Atlantic Canada, explained the federal and provincial levels of government, I was the premier, et cetera, et cetera. After a while, after doing that a few times, I realized what I had to do. Somebody would ask, okay, so what do you do, Brian? I said, well, look, politics, Canada, Justin Trudeau's party. I was everyone's best friend after I did that. Absolutely. And I really believe that we underestimate the value of what the government has already done to be able to show that Canada is back on the world stage, that we're playing our role when it comes to climate change, that we're going to be as progressive as we should be as a country, that we're going to be world leaders on important issues. And that helps us in many realms, including trying to chase opportunities for economic growth. And I think the experience that I was lucky to have in Davos was a great demonstration of that. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Why didn't Bryson nominate us as young global leaders? What happened? Steve got a lot of explaining to do. It's great to be here with both of my colleagues, and as Dwight said, Wade is unable to be here, but really it's been a substantial change in Atlantic Canada thanks to all of you and the work that you've been able to do, not only on behalf of us as provincial politicians, but the work that you did on behalf of members of Parliament. What a change it has been for me as a Premier of a province to be engaged with the national government now. The fact that when you call the Prime Minister's office, someone actually wants to talk to you. As premiers, as Canadians premiers, when we get together, we always bring our provincial view, but it ends up always being about the country. We end up coming back talking about Canada. And the last time we got together, the Prime Minister showed up. Before that, for almost 10 years, Prime Minister of Canada was missing from that conversation. And I believe the country suffered from that. And as Brian just said, one of the amazing things for me over the last little while is to watch Nova Scotians when they see our Prime Minister on the international stage. Just a level of confidence that they have in themselves and how proud they are of our country. That was missing from that conversation. And it makes a difference for provincial leaders as well, when you see our citizens with that level of confidence in being Canadian again, being out in the world, demonstrating, making our part. And the Prime Minister said, it's the right thing to do to take 25,000 Syrian refugees. What a proud day it was for us as a country. That's what Canadians do. When our fellow global citizens need our help, we reach out. And the Prime Minister, time after time, has continued to lead us and demonstrate that Canada has a significant role to play in the global world. And I'm so thrilled to be able to work alongside of him, with these colleagues and our members of Parliament, who have already, in Atlantic Canada, came together with the premiers to focus on issues that matter to Atlantic Canada, and I believe in the end matter to the entire country. So we look forward to the questions that you may have for us today.
Thank you so much. We're going to move right along immediately to questions and answers. We really want this to be informal, so there's 2 mics that are set up in the room. We encourage all of the members to line up at the mics, and then from there we'll take turns. And instead of just having one question and answer, we're really going to have a dialogue and mix this up a bit. So perhaps we'll start at the first microphone here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome, gentlemen. Leslie Penny from the riding of Westlock Peace River, which happens to be a bit northern Alberta. One of the things we've talked about is climate change, and I agree that we have to keep talking about that, but I am a little concerned, and I need to go back to my province and be able to say that we appreciate that energy is still a huge issue in this country. And I'm looking at gentlemen who have provinces that produce oil. I see a gentleman that has refineries that need crude. And I am hoping that we will take a message away that until we figure out how to power combines and our big B trains that bring grain to the elevators, and even electric locomotives to move products across our country, that we do need to have carbon. We want to keep it as clean as possible, and I'm hoping that we will work towards being as independent as possible in this very needed resource.
So which of you would like to comment on that?
Where do you stand on this?
I was wondering how long it was going to take that I'd be on this stage and I'd talk about the energy pipeline. So the first question, I suppose. Climate change is the single largest challenge facing humanity in a generation. We have to step up. We have to do more as a country. All regions have to step up and do more as well. One of the things that's great, however, about our federation is the fact that we can actually have regions, and obviously provinces and territories, contribute in their own way to climate change, contribute their own way to different challenges and opportunities that we face. So I think that's actually a strength of our federation. Alors c'est important que oui, comme province, on fait davantage.
So it's important that we do more as a province, but it's also very important to respect the fact that we need flexibility.
When we talk about the environment, when we talk about the economy, and when we talk about energy, we have to talk about all these things together. We should not be having separate conversations. And one of the things that I think we have to recognize in the country is that we have to transition to a low-carbon economy, but it is going to take time. And we do have to, in the years that it will take, get our resources to market, and that includes oil. We in New Brunswick believe that the energy pipeline can be done safely, can be done timely, can be done in a way that is sustainable, and also can produce thousands of jobs throughout the country in all provinces and territories, can also help us ensure that we support an industry that's important to the Canadian economy. With that said, I'm often asked, should the federal government be doing more? We can't ask a federal government, I would not ask any federal government to approve a pipeline or a project like this before it goes through the NEB. The NEB is the process that has been established, it is independent, it is exhaustive, and it will look at all facets of this project. We believe, as proponents of the project, of course, because of the fact that we have the largest, most sophisticated oil refinery in the country, that is something that we should be doing as a country, but the federal government is doing the right thing in ensuring that there's an independent process through the NEB. And I, as Premier of New Brunswick, will certainly continue to play my role to talk about what I think are the economic benefits for this project, not only for New Brunswick, but for the whole country.
Short comments?
Okay, well, it's tough to be short on that one because we, as you know, as many people would know, we spent quite a bit of time in Vancouver just a few months ago about the declaration that came out of Vancouver on climate change, and how we actually protect the future for the next generation. But in doing so, back to your question about how you move oil products or petroleum products from Alberta, do I support the Energy East pipeline? Of course I do, because as you know, and I'm probably one of the provinces that's least impacted by that, except to say that we live in a country where if you have one province that actually can have some success, well then what we know is that all of us as Canadians we indeed share in that success. And of course, as Atlantic Canadians, we're very familiar with the fact that we see many people that actually work in Alberta, and they're able to actually bring some of that wealth back home to their own provinces, like we see in in particular Newfoundland and Labrador in my case, and it helps our own economy. But in doing so, I will say that in Newfoundland and Labrador, we sit on some tremendous resources that will help the whole country, just not our own province, deal with climate change, things like wind power, things like hydroelectricity, and how we move that electricity from one province to the other. And we, in Atlantic Canada, we are very aligned on how we see that that could happen in the future, because we are concerned about climate change, and we have some solutions to that in our particular province, and we look forward to working together as we look forward to working with other Premier Gallant and how he improves his economy if it is indeed maximizing the benefit of the oil refinery that we see in New Brunswick. But as our province, we can help support climate change, things like, as I said, with hydroelectricity, extracting that wealth, because indeed, as Canadians, we all benefit from that.
A few comments?
Sure. First of all, let me say thanks to Albertans who've been driving our national economy for a very, very long time. And I believe we should have been having a conversation about this pipeline 10 years ago. Any business, any government who has one customer is at the mercy of that customer. I believe it's just simple. Getting this to, quite frankly, both of our coasts makes sense to maximize the value of that resource. But I would also say, to add to what Dwight just mentioned, I think there's another energy opportunity in this country, and that is around hydroelectricity. Here we are in Manitoba, who's done a tremendous job in terms of investing in hydroelectricity. They have capacity to be able to move that energy into the United States. We need to make sure that we can move our hydroelectricity from Manitoba, from Newfoundland and Labrador, from Quebec, all across our country, so that Canadians can maximize the value of those resources for Canadians, at the same time providing an opportunity for us to export the excess to bring much needed revenue back to our country.
Thank you. Mike, to my right, if we can keep the questions concise as well, please. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And my question's on the trade agreement with Europe. And we're just finishing up in Ottawa now, the free trade agreement with Europe. And many years ago, Europe was our biggest trading partner. And this agreement opens a lot of doors. I know in Atlantic Canada, whether it's blueberries or apples, wine, you name it, seafood products, it's a big, big opportunity. So my question is to the premiers, what are you doing together so we can capitalize this free trade agreement, not only for Atlantic Canada, but for the rest of the country? What are the premiers doing and stepping up to the plate to work with us federally to make sure we capitalize on this agreement, and especially for small and medium enterprises that could sell more products and even buy more products from Europe?
Thanks very much, Mark. One of the things we've tried to do in Atlantic Canada in the last number of years is actually move towards red tape reduction, ensuring that companies in Atlantic Canada recognize that they don't recognize, quite frankly, our borders as they're working across our respective regions. I believe the European Free Trade Deal provides an opportunity for Atlantic Canada that's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, really, because of our proximity, because, quite frankly, of generations of moving back and forth. As our province, I've really focused trade in 3 areas. We've been in Europe as well over the last period of time, building on the partnership we have with the Eastern Seaboard, and of course in China. We have now almost surpassed what we're doing in the EU with China. We're about $480 million in Europe, or about $450 million into China. We've seen tremendous growth. We've seen the economy of Nova Scotia is actually built as a trading economy. And quite frankly, I want Nova Scotians, I want Atlantic Canadians to recognize they can compete with anyone in the world. Give us the opportunity, and we're going to continue to make sure that we drive the message home that Atlantic Canada, that Nova Scotia is open for business, and that our entrepreneurs are as good as anyone's in the world.
From my perspective as the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, what we've done already is we just hosted within the last few weeks 24 of the ambassadors from the 27 EU countries. So we've been actually started to open those doors already. And the idea there was to try and find which specific areas that they were most interested in, because that was strategic for us, because as we market what we have available to them in our province, and certainly, Mark, you already mentioned seafood. That was obviously something that was very important to them, and it's certainly very high on their agenda. So seafood marketing and into the EU is something that we'll be able to help them with, and it really opens up and gives us some extra customers that we will be able to deal with. Second to that, which was real interesting to them as they look into the future and they look for some stable supplies of what they see to meet your energy needs. What we have offshore in eastern Canada is some availability to offshore gas in reserves that is really yet untapped at all. There's been very little done with that, but what we need to be able to do is work with some potential EU customers so that we can secure the future, because really it's an industry that is really untapped in eastern Canada right now. And I know all of us would have some interest in doing that. So what we see in the EU so far has been interest in seafood for sure, interest in the gateway to the Arctic, which is very important to them as well. And as Eastern Canadians, as you would know, just our location alone strategically puts us in a situation where we can be the gateway to the Arctic. So these are just some ideas I know of areas that they are interested in, and we just want to build on that. But I think what's important is that as Atlantic Canadians, that we bring to the EU and their potential markets, that we come as a region, not just come as 4 provinces, because I think working together, working with our federal colleagues, that we will be able to accomplish much more in that huge and large market that we have in the EU.
C'est une opportunité énorme.
It's a great opportunity. In New Brunswick, we are the Canadian economy, provincial economy, which depends the most on exports. One thing that is a challenge is that 90% or more of our exports are to the United States. So for us, it's extremely important to diversify. There is potential through the European Free Trade Agreement.
Cooperate together, and we very much appreciate the question, and obviously we want to work hand in hand with the federal government on many files, but certainly this one. And we have to put in context, this is going to be a huge opportunity, and we've got to start preparing for it now. We need to make the right investments in infrastructure. We need to make the right investments to ensure our businesses and industries can compete, that we can innovate. We've been having great discussions with our federal counterparts, including Navdeep Bains, the minister that is responsible for ACOA. We are very convinced that with the work that we have done so far to collaborate and to ensure that we have a strategic approach to preparing the terrain for opportunities like CETA, that we're going to be able to really create jobs and grow the region's economy. And I want to also add that, Dwight, you said this very well, our geography is a huge advantage. We are the hub between North America and the European Union. So when CETA opens up, that is huge for Atlantic Canada, so we cannot miss that boat. And I also want to say, just adding to what Stephen was mentioning too, in terms of us working together and Dwight saying that we have to go as a region, we're actually working, getting a little practical here, but we're actually working on having a trade mission that all 4 Atlantic premiers would go together to sell the story of what we're doing in Atlantic Canada to our counterparts in the European Union. What's good for Nova Scotia is good for us, it's good for Newfoundland, it's good for all the region's economy. And we have to recognize that, so whether it's ensuring that we are able to increase the exports in industries that we share, or even industries that are more particular to our provinces, it's going to be great for the region's economy. We are all interconnected.
Stephen Aylward, president of the University Rosedale Riding Association, but born and raised in St. John's.
Hey.
So I've been watching the developments in Newfoundland and Labrador with great concern with the impact of the lower oil prices there. So my question is for Premier Ball primarily. What can be done to diversify the economy of the province to ensure that both the public finances and the economy more broadly are more resilient and better able to adapt to fluctuations in commodity prices?
Well, thank you for the question, and please come back. We'd love to have you back home too. We're all about making sure that we can grow the population in our province, but first and foremost, there's no question. We spent the last 10 years in our province been really just focused on oil. We've had $25 billion in royalties that's been available, and really right now, here we are at unprecedented levels of borrowing in our province. We've never seen it before. The deficit that we were facing of nearly $2.7 billion on about a program spending of $8.5 billion. So to put that in context, it's significant. So we had to deal with it, and we've had to make some very tough decisions, ones that I thought I would never have to make, quite frankly. But we had to do that because if you want to stabilize your future, you must make sure you get financial stability in place first. So to diversify the economy, if there's one lesson that we've learned, is we better make sure that we can get some new sources of revenue. There's significant opportunity within the traditional industries that we have available in our province, like our fishery, like our forestry industry, agriculture. We are actually importing over 90% of the food that we eat in our province. So there's significant opportunity there as well. The tourism market, the tech market. But first and foremost, we need to stabilize where we are in terms of our financial capacity and then diversify the economy in whatever means we can do, working with the existing business community. We have lots of success stories in our province right now. It's all incremental in my world. I've come from a business background, and I know that you just take your successes, you work with them. If there's an opportunity to create 5, 10, 15 more jobs, well, then we'll do that. Added to that, we need to make sure that as a region, we open up our doors so that businesses in Newfoundland and Labrador can expand into Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia businesses can do work in Newfoundland and Labrador, and likewise. And this is what we've been doing, opening the doors, as Stephen mentioned earlier, so that we break down those barriers. And we've been able to do that with some initiatives around red tape reduction and so on. So there's a lot of work to be done. There's no question about it. But diversifying the economy right now is indeed priority one for us, creating the new sources of revenue. Right now, in our province, oil would have to be at $148 a barrel to solve our problem. So we know, and we've accepted, that's not going to happen anytime soon. So we've got some work to do, but what I do know is that what I know about Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, they've had to deal with many challenges before. And we're preparing for it, and we're going to work with our provinces, work with our region, and work with our federal partners, because we've seen some tremendous opportunity in infrastructure investment in our province, simply a way, just breaking down the way the criteria impacts, Atlantic Canadians. So there's a lot of work to be done, but we're prepared to do it.
Si vous me permettez, je vais juste ajouter.
If you allow me, I'd like to add a few comments. It's a very good question. It's a good question not only for Dwight, but also it's a good question for the entire country. We all have to diversify our economies, and it applies to New Brunswick and the rest of Canada. In New Brunswick, our economy was based on the development of natural resources and energy projects. It's very important for the future of our economy, but at the same time, we have to do other things. We have to invest effort in other sectors too.
There's many things that are happening in the innovation space as well, so we can diversify, not only being dependent on developing our natural resources and energy projects very well, by the way, and we want to keep doing that, but we also have to try to double down on some other industries, whether it's supporting the tech sector more than we have, whether it's clean tech, whether it's the cybersecurity center of excellence that's happening in Fredericton, New Brunswick, or whether it's the mental health research that's happening in New Brunswick and the center specifically in Campbellton. We need to diversify our economy because we are now competing globally more than ever, and it's going to become more and more the case. Alors, votre question était une très bonne question, et comme
So your question is a really good one, and as a region, we definitely have to work together to diversify our economy.
Ensuring that as a region and as a country, we're diversifying, we're being more innovative, ensuring that we're advancing things that will help the tech sector industry across coast to coast to coast.
Thank you. Mike to my right, please.
Hi, my name is Nathan Bowles. I'm a delegate from Brome-Missisquoi, Quebec, and also with the University of British Columbia in Vancouver. It's no secret that in the last federal election, youth turnout skyrocketed by 15% in some estimates. However, historically, turnout in provincial elections, especially for youth, has been much lower than in federal elections. How do you three, as premiers, wish to address that issue in your next provincial elections coming up, starting with Mr. McNeil, then Mr. Gallant, and Mr. Ball?
It was quite amazing, actually, to watch the national election and the excitement that the Prime Minister generated, not only among young Canadians, but Canadians. But we began to watch the involvement of so many young people in election campaigns, and I think it was someone who might have been the Prime Minister in his speech talked about going into campaign headquarters. What a difference it made when you were going into campaign headquarters that were surrounded by young people. One of the things that we've tried to do as a party is, I don't think it's unique, I think it's probably across Atlantic Canada, you can be 14 years old to join the party in Nova Scotia, continue to work on campaigns. We've worked extremely hard to make sure that young people see themselves reflected in the way we're governing. We've moved toward public policy, which is Graduate to Opportunities program. We're actually working with the private sector to support on hiring young Nova Scotians for their first job at home, to connect them to our province. We've seen an uptake in, I think we led the country actually, in the retention of young people in our province. So once in a lifetime you get a leader like Mr. Trudeau to come along to generate. In our case, I think we're going to have to do it in small incremental steps. But like so many other things that we do as governments, we need to stay committed and focused on working with young people, understanding, make sure we're providing the job opportunities in our respective provinces. That's why we've invested heavily in Ocean Tech. We've worked with Volta to create an incubation center and to create an environment where young entrepreneurs want to work, generate that opportunity, see the excitement in our province. So we're going to continue just to make public policy decisions that reflect young people in our province, to recognize and want them to understand, quite frankly, that we believe they have a future in our province, and with them, we're going to continue to grow that province.
Merci beaucoup pour la question. Je pense pas qu'il y a une chose.
Thank you very much for the question. I don't think there's just one thing we can do. I think it's a challenge that exists in the democratic system and has been there for a long time. Stephen said it very well. I think at the federal level, we were all very lucky to have someone who was able to capture the imagination of Canadians the way they did, in particular young Canadians. And so we all benefited in Canada, but I think there's a number of things that can be done. First of all, as a government, I think we can do more to deal with things that are important for youth. They are the future of our province and our country. They are leaders. They're contributing already. So education, the environment, women's rights, the importance of our economic democratic institutions. I think we need to talk more with youth. So I think as a government it's very important as well. I think that as leaders in our respective provinces, we need to meet with youth, not only to understand their challenges, but in order to involve them and encourage them to get involved. It's the same thing for political parties. The one thing I'd add is that it's very important that when a young person shows up to be involved in the party, whether it has to do with the level of an association or as a volunteer or just the central office, the headquarters, it's important to give them some space, give them some responsibilities. I think it's important to give them the chance to have a look at different things. But at the federal level, they did this extremely well, and we have a lot to learn from them. Telling youth just here, go stick a few signs in the ground and just make calls, I think those days are over.
To be campaign managers, we need young people to be right in the mix, helping with policy development, helping develop our platforms, and by engaging them, not only are we going to do a better job of having them vote and participate, we're actually going to better represent our provinces and our country. We're going to better understand an important cohort of our population. So there's a lot to do. Certainly, I think we, as a liberal brand across the country, as we'd say in French, on les vents dans les voiles, because of the leader that we have, because of the Prime Minister and his ability to connect with young people and all Canadians of all ages. So I think we have a good momentum going, and it's going to be encompassing all of us to ensure that we keep it going.
Thank you, Nathan, and we had a great conversation yesterday too. And for me, first of all, it was, of course, the Prime Minister brought a lot of energy, brought a lot of young people to the party, to the Liberal Party, and of course that certainly helped us provincially as well. But for me, it came back to, first of all, establishing this very foundation, that we got to quit saying that young people are the future of our province, or that young people are the future of our country. They're now. They're the present. That's right. And once you accept that, the fact that you build policy around that, and just this week, I know in our own legislature, we brought in some legislation about Independent Appointments Commission. And within those Independent Appointments Commission, it allows young people, it allows young men and women that would normally be overlooked in the old political model. They would have been normally overlooked because we would have seen people that would have been appointed would never had a chance to participate in meaningful agencies and boards and commissions. So we've done that this week. So what it does, we've opened it up for youth. I know when we started rebuilding the Liberal Party in our province a few years ago, we had a great, and many of them are here now. I see the faces here in this room now. So they've taken their provincial knowledge, they took that to federal campaigns. But the basis is this, is fundamentally, it's that the youth are not only the future of our country, the youth are the present of who we are today as Canada.
Well said.
We've got less than 10 minutes left, and we have about 5 more people at the mic, so we're going to try to speed things up to make sure that everyone has a chance. So, Wendy?
I talk fast, it's okay. Wendy Robbins, Vice President Atlantic of the National Women's Liberal Commission. One quick comment, and I'm sorry Wade's not here, but when you see him, and I'll be writing to him, the Women's Commission passed a resolution. It went through the workshop process. Everybody was in favor. I think it was unanimous. And that is to thank Wade McLaughlin and the Liberal Party for making real change in PEI. After 30 years, there will be a women's clinic and there will be abortion access on PEI. So well done, Liberals. This also is security of the person. It also is a federal and provincial issue. I know there's no quick answer, but I want everybody to be aware. Please, we're not behind the rest of the country. Atlantic Canada is leading the way. Premier Gallant will tell me if I'm wrong. I believe New Brunswick, in fact, is at the head of the pack. And that's not necessarily a good news story. That is, we have more people dying in our province than being born. And that is a question of the aging population. And it's not just aging people that worry about death, it's all of us. And I'm deeply concerned, as you've probably heard, that at this policy convention, we haven't had a chance to talk about something which our parliamentarians will be having to vote on, I gather, this coming Monday or Tuesday. The legislation currently before us, Bill C-14, in my opinion and the opinion of a huge number of people with phenomenal expertise, does not go far enough. It does not respect Carter. It does not respect Charter. So please, can you do whatever you can do, everybody, to tell people to slow down and get it right. We have lived since 1988 without a new law on abortion. If we have to, we can get through a few more months without a new law about these issues of end of life. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just go, yeah.
To the mic on the...
Je peux faire un commentaire. Oui, ben regarde, je pense que c'est important de réaliser que c'est un aspect fédéral. Nous comprenons que c'est de quoi qui est pas facile pour n'importe qui, c'est pas facile pour n'importe quel gouvernement, c'est de quoi qui est quand même très complexe. Et je pense que le projet de loi qui a été présenté, il faut mettre en contexte qu'il va y avoir de l'évolution au fur et à mesure que ça va avancer, que ce soit à travers des cours, que ce soit à travers d'autres initiatives du Parlement. Alors ça, c'est très important de réaliser. De notre côté, au niveau provincial, c'est très important qu'on essaie de coordonner nos efforts pour assurer que le projet de loi qui va être passé par le gouvernement fédéral, que nous serons capables de travailler ensemble à travers le pays pour comprendre qu'est-ce qui est la meilleure façon d'essayer de s'y prendre. Alors, je pense que c'est très important de donner le temps pour que le projet de loi soit débattu et bien sûr qu'au fur et à mesure que le temps passe, ça va évaluer, il n'y a pas de doute. Et au niveau provincial, puisque la santé, c'est notre juridiction, il faudra travailler avec nos collègues autour du pays pour assurer qu'on est en train d'apprendre d'un à l'autre et qu'on a les meilleurs systèmes possibles dans nos provinces et territoires respectifs.
Merci. To the mic to the right, please.
Hi, yes. My name is Troy Paul. I am from Thompson, Manitoba. I originally was from Nova Scotia. I out-migrated. I'm originally from the Mi'kmaq community of Membertou. It ends up that I moved to Thompson about 9 years ago. I have a two-part question. One with relation to out-migration in terms of people leaving Nova Scotia and leaving New Brunswick and Newfoundland to go to work out west. And basically, what I'd like to hear is, what is your guys' plan with relation to attracting people like me and other people back to Nova Scotia and back to New Brunswick, where we can resume our career perhaps in Nova Scotia rather than remaining out west where apparently all the jobs are. And the second part of the question is with relation, I would be amiss if I didn't mention anything with relation to Aboriginal issues. And that is to say that I would like to hear in terms of what each province's position is with relation to renewing the relationship with Aboriginal peoples in your provincial jurisdictions, specifically with relation to Nova Scotia in terms of the recent Alton gas decision, in terms of the effluent that will be put into the river in terms of the salty water for the storage of natural gas. Secondly, in terms of Mr. Gallant, in terms of the issue of fracking in New Brunswick. And I guess in terms of Newfoundland, I'm not really quite sure. So thank you very much.
Thanks very much. One of the things, this is going to sound a bit odd for a premier. It's not bad for young people or any citizen in our province to go out and explore other parts of Canada or the world. The opportunity, the challenge for the government is to make sure when they're ready to come home, there's an opportunity for them to come home. We work very hard with all of the Canadian premiers to tear down the barriers, and particularly around the apprenticeship trades. We knew a lot of young Nova Scotians were going to Alberta to work in the oil patch. My son was one of them. But we were forcing them to be either joining an Alberta apprenticeship program or remaining in the Nova Scotia apprenticeship program. In essence, what we were doing is we were affecting their mobility. So if my son, for example, was to join the Alberta apprenticeship program, he's there for 5 or 6 or 7 years, no matter what the opportunity happens at home for him. We work to tear down those walls so that we are now allowing labor mobility across the country. We harmonized the Atlantic Canada model first, and then we moved across. As a premier, I signed an agreement with the Alberta government. Everyone thought I was crazy to make that happen, but it made sense. It reflected young people what was happening in our province, where people were going and coming back. The other thing that we've done is tear down some of the barriers about finding your first opportunity in Nova Scotia. We've also eliminated for many of our public service jobs, that there's no requirement for experience. It's kind of strange when people come to you, you want me to have experience, yet won't give me a job. So much across our public service, we've eliminated that barrier. And the other thing that we really had to come to terms with in our province, it's the private sector that will drive job growth. We can play a role in it. We've had a long history in Nova Scotia, in my view, of subsidizing businesses. I have this crazy theory that if the bank won't invest in you, it's probably not a good idea for the government of Nova Scotia to invest in you. What I need to make sure is that the barriers are there, are taken down, so that when you want to invest, whatever your idea is, that you want to do that in our province, because you see a future and an opportunity to be able to build that business and all, but also to be able to do it across and export out of our province in the Atlantic region. In terms of our relationship, we have a tripartite arrangement in Nova Scotia, which is one of a kind in the country, where we work with our First Nations and national government to come together to solve issues. You raised the issue of Alton. It's been a very challenging file. We've gone through with major consultation. Not all of the chiefs have agreed. Some are supporting it, some aren't. But we have a duty to consult. We absolutely respect that responsibility. We do it over and over again. I've retained the Ministry of Aboriginal Affairs in Nova Scotia. It falls under my office. And we're working very hard to continue to build on the model of Member 2. Member 2 is not only an example for Nova Scotia, it's an example, quite frankly, for the nation on development, about working together, about respecting one another, about how do we build opportunity to make sure that people can go to do and aspire, as the Prime Minister said, so the young Aboriginal Nova Scotians see themselves reflective. And one other thing that we're attempting to do, quite frankly, in all of the services that we provide in Nova Scotia, people have to be able to see themselves in our institutions, whether it's the law, the justice system, or whether it's the rule of law or government. We need more people from Aboriginal descent, African Nova Scotians, new Canadians, to be participating in those institutions. Otherwise, you just don't see a future for yourself. You have to be able to look and see, and that's one of the wonderful things about our new national government. So many Canadians now see themselves in our national government. What a wonderful thing for our country to be able to say, that every Canadian can see and feel some part of our national government because they see someone from their community as part of that. That's what we need to continue to do in Nova Scotia and continue to build on the work that my predecessors have done with the First Nations community. And we'll continue to rely on our chiefs to help us lead the way to make sure that our public policy is respecting the First Nations of Nova Scotia, the Mi'kmaq community, at the same time, though, as we're progressing and providing opportunity for all citizens.
If I might add, very brief, because that's less than a minute left.
1 minute left. On First Nation relations, I think that there's a lot of catching up to do, unfortunately, with the past federal government, and I would argue the past provincial government in New Brunswick. The First Nation relationship was certainly one that was strained. So we're working very hard to do that. So thank you for your question. In terms of out-migration, it's creating jobs, growing the economy, and also addressing youth unemployment, ensuring that we can have our young people stay in our regions as much as possible. But I want us to take a second and not just talk about some of the challenges we have. I can only speak for New Brunswick, but there are great things happening across Atlantic Canada. But New Brunswick, we've had the 4th largest GDP growth in 2015 of 1.9%. It was the largest since 2010 for our province. We've had Moncton, Fredericton, and St. John ranked as 3 of the 4 most competitive cities to do business in the country. And on top of that, from November 2014 to November 2015, the 2nd largest wage increase for our workers. So there are good things happening in Atlantic Canada too.
Mr. Ball.
So we're down to 1 second on the clock, but Troy, just to let you know that it was extremely important to me, important enough when I became Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador. I also became Minister of Labrador and Aboriginal Affairs, and we have a lot of Aboriginal people within our province. We're very concerned about safe drinking water. How do we get some of our northern communities off diesel and so on? So it's an extremely important, department for me, important enough that we took it right into the Premier's office. So we enter into a relationship that goes like this. It's government to government, and that's where we are in Newfoundland and Labrador. That is led, of course, by, if you're looking for, I guess one of the comments that came from the Prime Minister today is that the most important relationship that we have to build in Canada right now is those with the First Nations in our country. So we're aligned with that, and we look forward to working with those groups.
Thank you. Please join me in thanking our 3 premiers that joined us today. Thank you so much.
Well, a big thank you to Brigitte and our Atlantic premiers for a great conversation. And indeed, our provinces are in very good hands under the watch of these gentlemen. But folks, before you leave the room and before we close, I would just like to acknowledge the presence of Norm MacLeod. Norm, are you in the room? Where he is. Hey, Norm. Norm MacLeod was the president of our Liberal Party in Canada in 1980. He won his election by just 2 votes. When the convention was last held in Winnipeg, Norm is a long-serving Liberal who hails from Brandon, Manitoba, and considered it an absolute must to be at the convention this year with us. Norm, could you please stand up and be recognized? 36 years ago, folks. Thank you, Norm, for your service to our great party. Folks, that concludes this session in the plenary room. Coming up next, the Mayor's Panel, Canada's Mayor's Panel at 2:15 in room Winnipeg 1. It's already underway, so hustle over there if you would. I'm heading over there right now. Following that, we will be both in room Winnipeg 2 and this plenary hall for the Constitutional Amendment Plenary. The main plenary hall will be where delegates can speak to the proposed amendments. I look forward to seeing you all at that session at 3:15. Thank you very much.
Bonjour, hi everyone. Merci beaucoup. On va vous demander d'aller à l'extérieur de la salle. We're going to ask you to leave this room, please. On a besoin de l'arranger pour la prochaine activité. We need to set it up for the next session. Alors, merci de sortir à l'extérieur de cette salle. Thank you for clearing the room right now. Thank you so much. There's a session going on right now in Winnipeg 1. Il y a une session en ce moment à Winnipeg 1, si vous voulez aller l'écouter. C'est des maires qui sont en train de parler, des maires de travers partout au Canada. Mayors from across Canada are speaking in Winnipeg 1 right now. Merci de sortir de cette salle. Thank you for clearing the room.
The world is mine.
Bienvenue à la séance plénière sur la modification de la Constitution.
And now the Constitution. I'd like to introduce our president for this session, Christian Monet, and Craig Monroe and Dennis Bartlett. They will be our advisors on the Constitution and any legal matters.
Bon après-midi. Trepidation. What I'd like to do is give you a brief overview of the agenda for today. I'll walk you through it, and we'll let the proverbial... Can you hear me now? Donc, comme j'essayais de dire tantôt, je vais donner un bref...
Like I said earlier, I'm going to give you a quick overview of the agenda for today.
And we'll get right into it. We are supposed to start at 3:15. We're running a little bit late, and we're going to take that into account with regards to the agenda and the time for the debate today. As far as the process goes, the rules have been circulated, as well as the constitutional proposal. There's also the second issue of the ratification of the membership bylaws. On doit adresser la ratification des règlements pour le membership.
We have to talk about ratification of bylaws for membership.
I invite you to consider them, Rule 1.5, 2.1, 2.2, 2.7, and in particular regard to the Constitutional Plenary, the rules under Section 6 of the rules have been adopted. With regards to the bylaws, we're going to deal with that first, and that is separate and apart from the constitutional proposal, and then we'll get into the constitutional proposal. We'll get right into it. J'invite Madame Léane Bourassa d'adresser la question.
I now invite Lynn Bourassa to talk about the membership bylaw. Thank you very much, Christian.
I took on the role of National Membership Secretary. One of my first jobs was to review the existing bylaw. We did a review of that bylaw to bring it consistent with what was the actual reality of what the board had already put in place. So what I am asking today is for this assembly to ratify the bylaw that has already been approved with essentially housekeeping amendments. Donc, ce que je demande aujourd'hui, c'est la ratification.
So what I'm asking for today is the ratification of the amendments made to the bylaw, and this is of the existing membership bylaws. The amendments were presented to the board, and generally speaking, these are housekeeping changes that align us with what is in the Constitution and with our current reality.
We're reflecting our new operational reality. For one thing, we changed the bylaw to reflect the fact that the National Membership Office is going to be the only office to deal with membership forms. So if you need a form, you go to the national office, no longer your PTA offices. And that Section 2 was also amended so that the National Membership Office is also responsible for distributing application forms. Donc, les règles opérationnelles qui ont été changées, ça
The operational rules or changes now reflect our reality. It's the National Membership Office which will manage all membership applications, and it's been amended so that the National Membership Office, sorry, this is an amendment to Section 2. The National Membership Office is the only entity that can distribute membership application forms. There's also the renewal of memberships. This is being amended at Section 6. So that it's not necessary to send in a hard copy if you have a valid email address. And if someone has not followed up on an email renewal, then a paper copy can be mailed out. This has been amended to make sure that contacting members by phone is acknowledged as an accepted renewal practice.
The bylaw in Section 6, so it's amended that with members with valid email addresses on record don't have to be sent a hard copy renewal unless they don't have an email address. And if they haven't responded to an email renewal at that point, then we'll send a paper. It's a money issue and a speed issue. And we also amended that section to make it clear that contacting members by phone to proceed with renewal was an acceptable method for renewing memberships. And do we have the housekeeping changes? There we go. A bunch of little things to make our rules consistent with the Constitution. We had to expand the definition of the national office staff. We amended Section 3 to talk about allowing access to membership info in Liberal List, because you don't really send it, you access it. Section 7 was amended to delete a rule allowing family members to pay for memberships, because that was contrary to what we had laid out in the Constitution. Section 12 was amended. It's a language adjustment. We referred to a former database, the National Membership Registry. Now we reflect that Liberal List is now being used instead of the old software. We also had a bunch of transition rules that were still in the bylaw. We've taken those all out. Donc en français, les modifications administratives.
And so in French now, the housekeeping changes. Section 1 is amended to expand the definition of national office staff. Section 3 is amended to allow access to membership info in the Liberal List by the approved entity as opposed to sending the membership information to them. Section 7 is amended to delete the rule allowing family members to pay for memberships, because this is contrary to the Liberal Party of Canada Constitution. Section 12 is amended to reflect that Liberal List is now used instead of the old software called National Membership Registry. And finally, the 2009 transition rules have been removed. And those are the changes that we are asking you to approve.
Now, this question is to be decided by majority vote. Are you ready for the question?
Any discussion?
I sense the room as we're proceeding with the question. All those in favor of adopting or ratifying these bylaws? All those opposed? Adopted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. A couple of little points to clarify. There is an overflow room downstairs in the Winnipeg room. I say hello to those down there. There are no mics in the overflow room, so if you feel the need or your desire to come and voice your position, you have to come upstairs to the plenary room and speak to one of the mics. Just again, the mic to my left is the yes mic if we do get to that, and the mic to my right is the no mic. At this point, I invite the constitutional and legal advisors to provide a presentation before we get into the constitutional proposal.
Great. Thank you, Christian. Now, there are two areas that we need to bring to the attention and or clarify for the plenary here. One is that the constitutional package that was presented here at the convention had a series of updates. That series of updates is summarized in the cover sheet to the Constitution that had been circulated. I think we've got it. Actually, that's the next one. So it's on the cover sheet that was provided as part of the paper copy. I'm just going to quickly summarize those for those who aren't completely aware of that. These changes have already been made to the Constitution in the package, and so it has been updated with these changes. They were made prior to the commencement of the convention, and I'll get into those in just a moment after Élise provides her explanation as well.
Donc, maintenant en français. So now, there are some amendments that were brought to the Constitution before convention, and they were submitted to you and are on the cover page of the Constitution, so the document that you have in hand.
Typographical in nature. There is one that's a more substantive clarification, and that's the one I think I want to remind this plenary of, and that's with respect to Article 6 of the Constitution. Article 6 deals with the property and other factors that an electoral district association is able to deal with. And the change has been made such that it now reads, as seen in the package, only the party, an EDA, or a campaign acting through its chief agent
may hold property and money, accept contributions, make expenditures, enter into contracts of employment, enter into leases, or otherwise make agreements or arrangements. So the clarification is to add in EDA and campaign with respect to the ability to do all those things. The other ones are, as I say, primarily typographical in nature, and I don't think the plenary would like me to go through those.
Donc, comme le disait Craig, mon collègue,
as Craig, my colleague, was just saying, with regards to these friendly amendments, there was one that was of great interest during the previous discussions, the discussions before convention. It has to do with Section 6, which deals with the different powers conferred to the riding associations and the campaign groups. So the article now reads as following: only the party of the riding association through its primary agent can accept contributions, make expenses, etc. So this is to confirm that we did listen to you, and we reiterated the spirit of the Constitution. We included riding associations and others.
The next set of amendments are perhaps of more interest to the plenary, and particularly those who attended the question and answer session yesterday. And for those who were there, you'll recall that there were a number of interventions made, suggestions made, with respect to some ways to clarify and improve upon the intent of the Constitution. Pursuant to Section 6.8 of the Rules of Order, as we committed to do at that Q&A session, we went back to the board. We managed to get their attention despite all the activities and whatnot that have happened in the last 18 hours, and have considered some of those very good suggestions. As a result, pursuant to Section 6.8, a number of those suggestions have been adopted as friendly amendments consistent with the original intent. As you'll see, there's a letter that we provided, as is the course, to Steve Kikucha, the General Secretary of the Convention. You'll see there it sets out that pursuant to the Rules of Order, these deficiencies have been corrected as they've been friendly amendments. And you see they're summarized there, and in just a moment, we'll go through those in just a bit more detail.
Donc, pour ceux qui ont participé hier,
for those who participated in the question and answer session yesterday, suggestions were brought to the constitutional representatives and to sponsors of the new Constitution project. Pursuant to Section 6.8 of the Convention Rules of Order, it is possible for the sponsor of the constitutional amendment to take into account certain friendly amendments that respect the spirit of the project. So we have listened to your suggestions, we took them into account, and a number of friendly amendments were brought forward and voted on by the sponsors and considered to be compliant with the spirit of the Constitution.
The matter that will be voted upon at the conclusion of this plenary is the document that you likely already have, as amended by these provisions that we're now going to go through. So that forms the package that is the subject of the vote today. It seems long, but we'll probably be able to go through it rather quickly. One of the suggestions that was made quite strongly and passionately, and frankly a good case that was made, was to reinstitute the preamble from the existing Constitution into the proposed Constitution. The board, being the sponsor of this resolution, listened to that and the arguments that were made, and were convinced that that would be appropriate, and so accepted that as a friendly amendment. There's some minor changes here to make it consistent with the constitutional proposal. You'll note there that we changed members to registered Liberals.
So after the proposals that were brought forth, there's one that Liberal Party members really wanted, and that was favorably received by the board, which is sponsoring this new project. So in the preamble in the new Constitution, so we went ahead with integrating the preamble and made a few little changes to be in conformity with the new vocabulary of the new Constitution.
Already on the screen there, it's also underlined. The previous version, or the existing version of the Constitution, in the next paragraph says, the Liberal Party of Canada is committed to the view that the dignity of each individual man and woman is a cardinal principle of democratic society. Given, again, the evolution of the times and the recognition that those are somewhat dated versions of potential gender identities, and consistent with the other parts of our Constitution that recognizes that, we changed man and woman to person.
J'ai l'impression que vous avez probablement bien compris.
I get the impression you understood properly, but in order to respect the dignity of each and every person, now in the Constitution it says the Liberal Party of Canada, taking into account the dignity of each person, not man and woman, must be a basic principle in democracy and the first object of any political organization and activity in such a society. So we changed man and woman for the word person. The precise wording is in the document.
To realize this objective, just some updating again to make it consistent with the proposed Constitution. In the third last line, provincial and territorial association was changed to provincial and territorial boards, and again you'll see that members has been replaced with registered Liberals.
Et finalement, dans la troisième avant-dernière ligne,
finally, in the third before last in the new Constitution, we substituted provincial and territorial association by board or council, and you'll notice that rather than using the word member, we said registered Liberals.
And another very good recommendation that came out of the Q&A session, and that is to make it clear that while before it said that registered Liberals have the right to attend any convention or general meeting, and there were many who thought that it was implied that that included speaking and voting, it was suggested that that was to be made clear, and we accepted that recommendation, and you'll see that it now reads, each registered Liberal has the right, subject to this Constitution, to do the following: attend, speak, and vote at any convention or general meeting of the party or their provincial or territorial board.
donc hier, pendant la période des questions-réponses,
So yesterday during the question answering period concerning Article 10, it was brought onto the floor, comments were made, and we talk about the rights of the registered Liberal. Each Liberal has the right to attend and speak at a general meeting or at its territorial or electoral. We said actually to speak and vote. We added speak and vote to the clause.
Attention that at the end of Article 13, there were the words "or otherwise." This may be one of those provisions in which there were too many lawyers involved with the drafting. And so that was sort of seen as a bit of a catch-all, but it was pointed out that that could lead to some confusion as to whether there are some other things out there that EDAs might not be aware of that might be imposed upon them. It certainly wasn't the intent. And so his recommendation to remove the words "or otherwise" from the end of Article 13 was accepted as a good suggestion and a friendly amendment.
donc à l'article 13, au sujet de la gouvernance, il y a...
So in Clause 13 about governance, at the very end, there was something saying "or otherwise." So the National Board could amend or implement by bylaw or otherwise. So otherwise, any other way. So to clarify the situation, basically, and make things clear, we got out "or otherwise," so now it just reads National Board by bylaw, period.
Amendments, Article 17A That's where there's been a lot of discussion about the fact that bylaws need to go to the following convention to be ratified as part of this model. And it was suggested, and frankly this was a very good suggestion, that it make it be clear that that ratification also includes the ability to amend the bylaw. Of course, situations could arise in which members have issues with some elements of the bylaw, but not the bylaw itself. So it made it clear that the convention, as the final authority for this constitution, has the ability not only to defeat bylaws, but also to amend it as appropriate.
Another
friendly amendment, 17, clause 17. In that clause, actually, the finality of the finalization of the regulations which gave the power of changing things. So you, the members, had the right to adopt or ratify. So this was raised, and basically, yes, the members will be able to amend the bylaws or anything else subjected through the new rules, etc., thanks to this modification in the Constitution.
Bottom of that same slide, this really was a rather strange typo that Elise picked up, and it's in the French version only, where the 48 days notice of the constitutional amendments was 48 hours in the French version. So we didn't want to be quite that unfair to our French-speaking colleagues, and so that as well is part of the cleanup package.
Donc, comme Craig le mentionne, il y a une
So there's a volunteer, actually, a very committed volunteer, came to see me yesterday to say that there was a little difference there, a few days of difference between the English version of the Constitution and the French one. In the English, in 48C, we changed the word in French 48 hours for 48 days in the French, the same as in the English, 48 days.
Repeat, what is on the floor being considered now is the constitutional package that was presented at the commencement of this convention as amended by these provisions that have just been read out to you, and will be subject to the debate and the vote.
Donc, ce qui va vous être présenté aujourd'hui, en fait, vous devez prendre en compte.
So what's going to be presented today is have to take into consideration all the documents presented as a whole document. So the Constitution, the resolution that will be proposed today, moved today, includes all the amendments. We've explained it, and you applauded for them, so there you go.
That provided their input as part of this process of the Q&A and the other discussions. It's resulted in an improved document, and we commend it for your consideration. Christian.
Merci beaucoup, Elise, et merci beaucoup, Craig.
Thank you, Elise. Thank you, Craig.
6.2 of the Rules of Procedure for this constitutional plenary. I invite the mover of the motion to adopt the constitutional proposal to make his way to the microphone number 2 to my left. The mover is accorded 4 minutes to move, to propose the motion. I would ask...
Merci. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Justin Trudeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Justin Trudeau, Papineau.
A number of folks in this room who have recently embarked upon this grand adventure that is the Liberal Party of Canada, and I welcome you all. But what you may not know, as well as many others who have been around for a while, is I have a habit of getting up to the floor to talk about constitutional changes and argue in favor of them that predates this Constitution. In 2009, I stood on the floor of the Vancouver Convention and pushed hard for us to adopt one member, one vote, which we did. In 2012, I stood on the floor of the Ottawa Convention and pushed hard in a way that was entirely not self-serving for us to adopt the supporter class when it comes to leadership races. So I have always been very interested and close to the functioning, the building, the renewing, the growing of this party, as some of you may have noticed. So it is with great pleasure that I move today to adopt this new constitution. C'est une constitution qui...
It's a constitution that's a reflection of all the work we've done for ages, for years actually, to get the Liberal Party to be a modern party, anchored in reality, and especially connected to the militants, to the activists, the base, and Canadians, in order to listen to all Canadians and answer.
About empowering grassroots to connect and to be more powerful in relation to both EDAs and the National Party, and that's why I strongly encourage everyone to support the modernization of this party and stepping forward with this constitution. Merci beaucoup, mes amis.
J'invite maintenant le délégué qui cherche à appuyer la motion.
I'd now invite the seconder of the motion. I'm Pierre Choquette from Lévis, president of the Liberal Party of Quebec, and I will second.
I'm president of the LPCQ, and I'm honored and proud to second the proposition. Thank you.
Gainey from Westmount, NDG Westmount, excuse me. I just wanted to ensure and reaffirm the party's commitment to undertake a very thorough and transparent process as we enter the next phase, hopefully, of this process with our bylaws. And that will include also an opportunity to take another look at our preamble as we go into the next convention. So we'll have an opportunity to talk not only about bylaws, but about that preamble that we added back to the document today. Thank you.
Thank you. Chers amis, ladies and gentlemen, in accordance with section 6.4 of the rules, I'm going to ask this plenary whether you wish to proceed to a vote without debate.
Okay. Ask if there are 25 people who would like to have a debate. No.
Are there 25 delegates who wish to have a debate? I so find that there are 25 delegates who wish to have the debate. In accordance with the rules, those who wish to speak for would go to the microphone to my left. I believe it's microphone number 2. Those who wish to speak against will go to microphone 1, which is microphone to my right. You are accorded 1 minute to speak, and you can only speak once on the issue unless everyone else has had the opportunity to speak. I will start with microphone number 1, please.
Mr. Speaker, Charles Webb, Vancouver Quadra. You know, I am one of the newest members of the Liberal Party prior to the convention, and I joined as a delegate and was accepted before becoming a member. And I'm really proud to have then become a member, having supported Joyce Murray in my riding for the last 12 years. And I've listened to the debate over the last days, and I've listened carefully. And I've heard that everyone seems to have been really well heard. And I've heard the leader of this party who put everyone in this room. And we wouldn't be in this room if it wasn't for that leader and all those who helped him to get there. And I'm saying to you all that while I came here with an open mind to this convention to hear all that could be heard, I am absolutely, totally, I have to say, even finding myself at this mic, completely in support of what it is that we're doing here today. And while I stood here 15 minutes before anyone else was in this room at the mic, I have changed my mind in the sense that I had no mind until I was here, and I say to you all, we should support this. Thank you.
As he wasn't opposed, we should probably let the next person go with the mic number 1.
What was that?
See what they do there.
No, he said he's opposed.
He's in favor now. He changed his mind.
I know. You want me to go next?
If folks see me smiling, it doesn't mean I'm happy. I'm going to, from my perspective, that was that gentleman who spoke was not against the motion. Therefore, I'm going to go again to microphone number 1, someone who wants to speak against it. Please go ahead, madam.
Jennifer Pollock, Calgary Centre. I think I have something in common with Justin, and I support the spirit of democracy and the compromise that Justin expressed earlier today, and that the party has shown through these amendments, which are wonderful. Thank you. But this has not been a good process, not by any standards, but I wouldn't vote on the process. There wasn't good consultation with the members or the public, as far as I'm aware, and there's been an improper use of power and influence to secure support. In dealing with the matters, I am a trusting person, but I have a rule: trust but verify on important matters like constitutions. I do not trust that bylaws should be written and implemented by the same people. I also believe the Aboriginal Commission should be included in this Constitution, as they are recognized as a separate nation, and that inside our own party, they should have that same status with their own Constitution and with their own, and being named in the Constitution, as it is the party that doesn't have that right, but the members that have the right to put them there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now over to microphone 2 for the motion, please. Identify yourself.
Thank you. Ted Hsu, former member for Kingston and the Islands. Mr. Chair, many have raised concerns about the proposed constitution, and my own concerns reminded me of the time that I spent as one of the few remaining Liberal MPs after 2011, a dark period for our party when people questioned why the Liberal Party even needed to exist. And I believe that a constitution should not be silent about why the Liberal Party endures, who we are, why we exist, what unifies us, how we respect democracy, and prove it all by our conduct. The party leadership has listened and made amendments. More work is needed, but we've seen what is meant by better is always possible. Because of commitments on EDA finances, inserting the existing preamble, which includes references to democratic structure and practices, and allowing the next convention to amend bylaws, I will now vote for the proposed constitution.
Microphone number 1.
Irene back home from Hastings, Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington. And I have been around forever. So, and I just want to be sure that all of you people who are so in favor of this Constitution, I'm not the enemy. So basically, my big concern is the bylaws. Like, who is creating these bylaws? And how can we, you know, make sure that they're right for the party? Now, the old Constitution got us majority, didn't it? Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Before we go to the next speaker, Mr. Monroe would like to clarify a point flowing from that last position.
Yeah, I'll treat that as a question, or the chair has decided to treat that as a question pursuant to section 6.3 of the Rules of Order. We can provide the requested clarification. The question was whether, or who creates the bylaws, and I guess how those are going to be accountable at the end of the day. Is that the question?
Yes.
So the bylaws will be created by the National Board of Directors. That's a board composed of the provincial and territorial presidents/directors from right across the country who are elected at the regional AGMs, and that's set out in the Constitution. And the bylaws the board of directors includes all those people plus several other table officers. But the majority of the board is the provincial and territorial representatives. And then the bylaws will go to the next convention for either ratification or amendment by a body such as this.
Thank you.
Donc, pour répondre à la question de... Oui, allez-y, c'est bon, applaudissez.
Yes, please go ahead. To respond to the questions, in fact, it's the National Board of Directors that will adopt the regulation to begin with, and then it will be submitted to a universal vote at convention. So the last word on the final adoption of a bylaw is you. It's every delegate at a national convention.
Merci beaucoup. Microphone numéro 2.
Thank you very much. Microphone 2, please.
Thank you. I'm Tom Addison. I'm president for Kingston and the Islands. I'm also one of the founders of a grassroots group called Liberal Members Matter. From a small group, thank you, small group, we grew in both size and volume. And over 7 weeks, we read, dissected, and discussed not only what the proposed Constitution contained, but what we would be losing when our current Constitution was relegated to the history books. We shared our concerns about the futures of our EDAs, the Council of Presidents, commissions, candidate selection, and most importantly, what it meant to be a Liberal. While each of us brought individual concerns, there was a common thread. And when it came to consultation, our party could have done better. However, our party leadership has listened, heard, and responded to many of the concerns we expressed. I believe they can do better. I am disappointed at how the opposing voices were treated. However, my first duty is to my members, and as one of the few EDAs in the country to vote and pass a motion opposing this Constitution, I feel that the changes that the party has offered its members in the past 24 hours address the issues that my members expressed, and therefore I will be voting yes.
Merci. Microphone number 1. Microphone numéro 1.
Good morning. My name is Liliane Doucette.
I'm a member of the same group as Tom's, and I agree with everything he said. I'm going to just speak to the consultation process. I felt manipulated. I felt that there wasn't an open or transparent process. As a riding president, I didn't even know about a new constitution until I was already a delegate and I was coming to this convention. So there was a huge lack of information. So I am going to still vote no as a protest vote, but I'm also very glad to see the amendments. I was very glad to hear Justin Trudeau speak to the fact that it takes courage to push back, and I will, should this pass, be around to help implement the new Constitution. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Microphone number 2.
Thank you, Chairman. John Gillis, for the next 45 minutes, the president of the blended Nova Scotia Liberal Party, which will not exist anymore, and I'm happy about that. I've been on the national board for 6 years. Many people thought that with these changes to the blendeds that we would oppose this. And to be blunt, there are 3 reasons why I stand here in support of this. Number 1, I trust the people I work with. My colleagues on the national board who you elected are good people. They are Liberals. The world is not ending. These are the people you elected, and good things are going to happen in the future. I trust Justin's leadership on this, and he's been very honest with us. The second part is we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to start over, to write a clean slate for our party and do the best things we can. We've never had that chance, so we should all embrace it. Every Liberal should. And finally, and this is very important to me, is democracy must be maintained. Regardless of what anybody thinks or has said, you elect your PTA presidents, now directors. You elect your national officers. The power remains with the rank and file to elect the people who make these decisions, write these bylaws, and if you don't like it, come back to convention and shut it down.
As you can see, we've adopted the Oscar app on the microphone. What's that?
I think you should go to microphone one.
Yeah. In the spirit of being open, can you please turn on the microphone for Mr. Gillis, please?
Thank you. Just want to say see you in Halifax in 2018 for the best party ever.
Thank you. Microphone number 1, please. Microphone numéro 1.
Matthew Shaw from Guelph. I'd just like to ask the chair, I would have asked this yesterday, but we kind of ran out of time for the Q&A. I was going to ask a point of order about section 44B3 about leadership votes, where it says another one will be triggered, quote, there are published in accordance with this Constitution the results of a leadership endorsement ballot in which a leader is not endorsed. Does that refer to a confidence vote of sorts at a convention or in the House? Could I just have some clarification on that?
That's just to be clear, that was section 44B3?
Yes.
That's as a result of a leadership endorsement ballot held pursuant to the rules of the party internally. It doesn't have anything to do with a confidence motion in the House.
So that would be at like a convention or something?
Well, there are rules in there that either there's a process there where that voting occurs at a riding and then is fed back to a central authority. Then ultimately, most of the voting is really taking place at the riding level, but it's all done. It's an internal vote pursuant to the rules of the party.
Oh, okay. Thanks for that.
I was really against it. Question clarification. That's fine. Back over to microphone 2, please. Microphone numéro 2.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Rakia Sadie. I am a delegate for Vancouver Quadra by way of Edmonton and High Prairie, Alberta. Thank you. As an Albertan, I have seen the inside of more than one political party, and I'm here to say that if the other parties don't do this, they're crazy. This is what it takes to get more Canadians involved. The kind of Canadians who don't care about power, but care about governance, who want to be involved because they're passionate about the issues and don't know how to navigate layers of hierarchy and structures. I think that this is the best move forward for the Liberal Party and that electoral reform begins here. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Microphone number 1.
Peggy Hutchison. Oh, Gray Bruce Gray, Owen Sound. I would like to remind, there's good, better, and best, and I wish this microphone were better, parce que meilleur est toujours possible. Je suis médiateur, and I would like to commend Justin for acknowledging the people who had the courage to ensure that there were the friendly amendments. And I must admit there was a worry that perhaps you're so busy at the G7 and has children and staff that maybe he wasn't aware of what people were really concerned about. So I'd really like to commend him for congratulating them for their courage, because it does take courage. And I would like to say the people that had been involved were from coast to coast to coast. I've met some very good people who were very concerned. So thank you all for supporting this Constitution. And it's been a good process. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to microphone number 2, which is the line for those who want to speak in favor of the motion. Microphone number 2, please.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Tanse, my name is Kevin Ciskwasis, and I'm the national, or I was the national co-chair
of the Indigenous Peoples Commission, and I just wanted to speak to the idea that the IPC was not consulted. A few months ago, when the Prime Minister extended his hand and offered me an opportunity to speak with him, my co-chair and I, Caitlin, when he offered that opportunity for us to discuss and navigate some of the complex difficulties that we were encountering with the Constitution, I was proud that the Prime Minister came up to me and said, Kevin, Caitlin, how can we navigate this situation? Where are the solutions? And when he listened to us and included an amendment or a proposal that we include thorough and effective consultation with the commissions in this Constitution, I was proud. And when he extended that hand, I was very, very proud. So if that doesn't constitute consultation, then I don't know what was, and I include everybody to support this Constitution. Thank you.
Microphone number 1. Hello again.
Hello again. Seeing no one here, and really, I do love to discuss these things and didn't get through my notes. So I'm going to talk about an idea that I had today about movements, and I'm just going to caution the members about this. Movements don't have rules or a guarantee of openness or fairness, and our party should not be that kind of movement. Those with privilege and access have greater influence in movements. Consider what we're talking about when we say our Constitution doesn't matter and that it should be just open. Those without that privilege do not have access even to understand the rules. Although, and the other issue is to talk about centralization. Certainly, there is plenty of opportunity for that in this. I hope that all of you will hold the party to their grassroots commitment made by the leader. Thanks.
Merci beaucoup. Microphone numéro 2. Microphone number 2.
Thank you, Bob Ray, University of Rosedale. Thank you. I don't want these spontaneous demonstrations to eat into my 1 minute, so I just wanted to remind my fellow registered Liberals who are here today that we have been at this discussion for some considerable time. It didn't start a few years ago. It's been going on for a long time in the party as we recognized that other parties were moving ahead of us, and also recognized that there were too many people who looked at the entire political process with skepticism. A great political party is not a club. It's not a private organization. It is an organization that is sustained by its relationship to the people around it. And the people around us are the people of Canada. Des bonnes organisations se basent.
Good organizations are based on a sense of trust. The sense that you need an organization that is not only democratic, but that is also efficient.
And that is democratic, and that above all is based on a sense of trust. Not trust that is blindly given. We have lots of ways.
I think it's the will of the room to bring it back up.
Can I take it the will of the room is that to turn the microphone back?
All right. I won't abuse it. I think I've shown historically in the party that I know when to leave the stage. We don't give our trust blindly. We don't give it without thinking. We have a democratic organization. We elect the executive. We elect the national board. We elect the leader in the most democratic participatory process this party has ever seen. And I'm very proud to have been able to play a role in helping to make that happen in the 2 years that I served you with such great honor as your interim leader. But we have to keep reforming and keep improving and keep changing. And what this document does is it gives us the means to make these changes in a way that is responsive to the needs of time and efficiency, and also to the needs of our membership and to the needs of those people who broadly support the party. I strongly urge you to support the new Constitution. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Microphone number 1.
Good afternoon. Mary-Lise Reddick, Leeds Grenville. I'd like to call the question.
Is it the will of the room to call the question? Are you sure? The question is that we move to adopt the constitutional proposal. As far as voting goes, there is an overflow room downstairs, as you well know. We will vote the ayes first and then the noes. That will take some time. They will come upstairs and the tabulation will be done, and we will announce the results.
We're moving. What? We go now? Yeah.
We are moving to voting all in favor of the constitutional proposal. Your arms might get tired. They have to count the cards.
Remind them it's a 2/3 threshold.
It is a two-thirds threshold.
It's not even going to be close. You are a constitutional god. Oui, c'est bien. It was like a sauna back there.
Those amendments just completely push things to a big solid majority.
Yeah.
To absolutely, and Tom Addis and others, it's going to be near unanimous.
And if you think of like
I'm going to say like 60 people.
I say 20. Plug in this room. Okay. This room. And they're probably all the ones who are in this room.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we're still working through the process. It's taking a little bit more time. I'd invite all the leads to come up with the numbers. I'm speaking to leads downstairs as well, the Winnipeg room. All the leads come up and provide your numbers. Once we're done with the yeas, une fois qu'on a fini avec les votes pour, nous allons...
Once we're finished with the yeas, we'll continue with the nays.
Mesdames, Messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, I now invite those voting against to vote. Please cast your vote. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm advised that they're done to count and the vote is coming up from downstairs. We'll have the results very shortly. Mesdames et messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, the results are in. The yeas, 1,988. Pour, 1988. The yeas. Des contre, 66. 96.79. The motion is adopted.
Well, congratulations, Prime Minister. Congratulations to all of you for making history today. But there's more to come, folks. From 5 to 6 p.m., we have 2 concurrent workshop sessions. And from 6:15 to 6:45, we'll hear the voting results for the national executive positions here in Hall D, followed by the closing ceremony. And don't forget the Manitoba Farewell Party at the Fort Garry Hotel starting at 8 p.m. Enjoy the workshop. See you back here at 6:15.
Do you want to recognize point of order?
I'd like to recognize the... Okay, folks, can we just sit down, please? Folks, if you take your seats, there is a point of order. And I'd like to turn that point over to our legal and constitutional affairs folks here.
Sorry, there appears... At microphone 2, is this microphone on?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jack Siegel. I'm a past Constitutional Legal Affairs co-chair of the party and a delegate from York Centre. I rise on a point of order because this meeting should not disband, this session should not disband without doing something that is appropriate, which is to say thank you to a number of people who have done an incredible amount of work putting together a document, getting it revised, getting it translated, listening to people, changing it, and putting it forward. And that team is large. But two individuals in particular, I move, receive a vote of thanks from this convention, and those are the current Constitutional and Legal Affairs advisors, Craig Monroe and Elise Bartlett. Should we take that as a consensus motion then?
Mr. Siegel. And with that, this plenary is adjourned. Thank you very much.
tout le monde. Juste pour vous dire une note, il va y avoir une session ici dans 20 minutes. There's going to be a session here in 20 minutes. Real change at work. Better is always possible. The panelists are Minister Joly, Minister Monsef, Minister Qualtrough, Minister Villeneuve, Peter Schiefke. There is also another session in Winnipeg 1, Canada's Plan for the Middle Class, with panelists Bill Morneau, Navdeep Bains, Bardish Shiger, Christy Duncan, and Scott Bricing. Il y a donc deux sessions à 17h dans 20 minutes.
Two sessions at 5 o'clock in 20 minutes. The first one will be held here with Mélanie Joly, Maria Monsef, Cara Qualtrough, and Carolyn Bennett, and Peter Schiefke. The theme is better is always possible, the voice of our movement. The second session
is for the middle class. The panelists are Bill Barnell, Matthew Bains, Persugger, and Chris Vick. So if you want to stay for the session, this room starts in 15 minutes.
This room, come back in 15 minutes, or else you have 15 minutes to get to the other one. Sinon, vous avez 15 minutes pour aller à la prochaine. Merci.
Otherwise, you have 15 minutes to get to the other one.
can't you see? You're my delight. Lady, I just feel like I won't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time, and I know that it's true. I can tell by the look in your eyes.
These are little. Hello there. I think they're rules.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here this afternoon. Better is always possible, the voices of our movement. That is the purpose of our panel this afternoon. My name is Gary Anandasangri. Je suis Gary Anandasangri. Je suis député pour le...
Hello, my name is Gary Anandasangri. I'm a member for...
from our government. Before we start, I want to acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of our Treaty 1 nations in Winnipeg. We defeated the politics of fear with that of hope and opportunity. The election platform that we presented to Canadians was based on an inclusive spirit, the inclusion of Indigenous, youth, LGBTQ, and multicultural communities were at the forefront of our campaign. We have proposed a more open and inclusive government and plan to continue consulting these diverse communities. En mobilisant les Canadiens et Canadiennes,
By mobilizing Canadians across Canada, we have turned our party into a movement for change, which will make Canada more united and hopeful. The panelists we have here with us today share this vision.
And as I said, I want to introduce them in no particular order. First, we have Melanie Joly, who is the MP for Huttonist, Cartierville, and our Minister of Canadian Heritage. We have Mariam Monsev, Member of Parliament for Peterborough, Kawartha, and Minister of Democratic Institutions. We have Carla Quattro, MP for Delta, and Minister of Sport and Persons with Disabilities. We have Carolyn Bennett, the Member of Parliament for Toronto St. Paul's, and Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs. And finally, we have Peter Shefke, who is the Member of Parliament for Vaudreuil-Soulanges, and our Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister on Youth.
Hey.
So with that, I'd like to start by asking each of our panelists to really give us a 1-minute overview as to how we are going to be implementing, our government will be implementing the Better is Possible theme as part of their individual mandate. So I'll start with Minister Qualtrough, and then we'll work our way through to Peter. So, Minister?
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, and thanks for having us here today. We ran on a platform that was hopeful, that was optimistic, and didn't attack. And we are governing in the same way. We ran on a platform of inclusion, and I'm living that. I'm living that possibility as Canada's first ever minister responsible for people with disabilities.
Here, here.
That is a big deal. And For 14% of Canadians who never felt represented in our government, it has been revolutionary. I've had such an incredible support and reach out to our government on behalf of the disabled community across Canada, because our Prime Minister is walking the talk. In appointing myself as Minister responsible for sport and persons with disability, we are, as a government, stating a very deliberate intention to be inclusive. And we are going to make real change when it comes to accessibility legislation. We are going to modernize and render government more inclusive for people with disabilities. And we are going to embark on a nationwide consultation that will result in groundbreaking, revolutionary law for Canadians with disabilities. It's fantastic to be a part of this, and every day I wake up proud to be serving all of you and all of Canada, and we are working so hard to live up to the expectations that you all have of us, so thank you.
Well, I'm very proud to be the Canadian Heritage Minister. Why? Because I think I have the best department.
We all do.
No, but quite frankly, what happened is that we've committed to reinvest, and that's exactly what we did, and an historical amount of money, and so that's $1.9 billion in arts and culture in Canada. That's the biggest reinvestment in arts and culture in 30 years. And we're the only country reinvesting so much in the world in arts and culture. Italy recently announced a budget of $1 billion. That $1.9 billion of ours includes also reinvesting in CBC Radio-Canada. So, why is it so important? It is so important because for us, our reinvestment in arts and culture is at the core of why we were elected. And let me explain you this. We were elected on an agenda to create growth. How do you create growth? Well, you can either increase population or you can also invest in innovation. And one of the best ways to invest in innovation is really to invest in creativity. And at the core of the ecosystem that creates creativity and innovation are the people that create every day, and which are our artists, our people working in the arts and culture. So it's really at a core of an innovation policy, and so I'm very happy, and I think we're leading the way. And last thing, en fait, très contente aussi de représenter.
We're also very pleased to represent the different communities who work in the official languages sector, whether it be here in Manitoba. There are a number of Franco-Manitobans that I was able to meet with this week, and my parliamentary secretary, Randy Boissonneau, and I will be working on a new plan for promoting and protecting the vitality of our two official language communities in Canada. Bilingualism and official languages are at the heart of Canada.
So I think I have the best job, and what was so exciting, why better is always possible, is to hear the Prime Minister say again today that there's no relationship more important to him and to Canada than that with the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. So it's a very exciting opportunity for all of us, but I think the reason better is always possible is because the First Nations, Inuit, Métis are ready to be partners with this. They're ready for us to tap into the solutions that they've been thinking about for a very long time, and it's our job to just harvest those solutions and be able to put them into action. But it also is that every member of the cabinet has that relationship up front in a paragraph in their mandate letter, and so none of this is being done alone. It's being done with all of our cabinet, but with amazing members of the Indigenous Affairs Committee like Gary and the Parliamentary Secretary for Youth. This is very exciting, but I think the other piece that's really changed is that Canadians are ready. and that it is a matter of nobody's waiting for us to fail on this. They all are trying to help. How can we help? How can we do better? And I think that sentiment coast to coast to coast is just growing, and that's why I think that better is always possible, but it's happening right now.
Thank you.
Ms. Romanov.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'll begin by acknowledging what a privilege it is to be here on this traditional land where two rivers meet, to have a revolutionary conversation as a party about, well, what just happened here moments ago. We took a big, bold step towards a stronger, more inclusive Liberal Party. We took a leadership stance. And to see the tremendous support that our Prime Minister received for this new Constitution is the sign of a healthy democracy. When we talk about better is always possible, we're not just talking about better is always possible for some people. For us as Liberals, better is always possible for everyone. And as the Prime Minister has said time and time again, better, we are best when we recognize and celebrate that everyone brings something to the table. And this party and our democratic institutions are strongest when we include the voices of those who have traditionally been marginalized. And I think that the best way that we can go forward, whether it's with determining whether or not 16, 17-year-olds should be able to vote, whether it's about talking about mandatory voting or online or electronic voting, whether we're talking about proportional representation or a ranked ballot, election spending, how debates during elections should be conducted, access to information. What is most hopeful for me as someone who's relatively new to this party is that our first priority is listening to Canadians. We were elected, as the Prime Minister said, on a commitment to listen to Canadians. And we will continue to stay connected so that the grassroots kind of conversation that we saw happen here today, the grassroots kind of democracy that I've learned in my beautiful riding of Peterborough-Kawartha, that is the kind of leadership and governance we bring to Canadians, and I know the rest of the world is watching, and better is always possible for them too.
Said.
I've had the privilege of working with the Prime Minister for 6 or 7 months now, and one of the things that he's reinforced over and over again is that the country was built on the concept of better is always possible. It was built on the concept that we shouldn't be happy with the status quo, and we should always look to build our country better than we ourselves inherited it. And one of the things that he reinforced is that the only way we achieved the great things that we've been able to achieve is when we had the country firing on all pistons, to give you kind of a motor reference, getting everybody together, getting different levels of government together and getting different demographics together. And if we're not including young people and we're not empowering young people in building a better country, we're going to be only firing at 85%, depending on which studies you look at and how you classify young people. They represent anywhere from 10 to 15%. And if we're not empowering them, we're only going to be able to achieve 85% of our full potential. And the only way we're going to achieve this ambitious platform that we've put forward is if we give those resources to young people. And that's why we're putting forward the methods to provide more jobs for young people through the Canada Summer Jobs Program, ensure that young people who want to go to university and just don't have the means to do so may have the means to do so now through increases to the loans and the grants that are going to be available to young people, and also through ensuring that they have a voice at the highest levels of government through the creation of the first ever council to the Prime Minister, Youth Council to the Prime Minister. And that's going to allow the Prime Minister to better understand how we can build off of the initiatives that we've already put forward. And so I'm really excited about those, and I'm looking forward to working with the Prime Minister and all of Cabinet to implementing those over the next couple of months and years.
So I think we're going to dive right into the real part of this conversation, where you get to pose the questions and have a dialogue with everyone here. We're going to do this in two ways. First, there are two microphones on my left and on my right. Please, we'll be alternating between both of them. Secondly, we'll be taking several questions together, so anywhere from 3 to 5 questions together, and we'll have the panel, the respective members to which the question is directed, answer those questions. Thirdly, s'il vous plaît, posez la question en français aussi.
Thirdly, please don't hesitate to ask your questions in French as well.
And in French, and our panelists will do their best to answer in the language of your choice. So with that, I don't want to really delay any further. Please keep the questions to a very small length, so within 20 to 25 seconds, and please try to avoid any preambles or any commentary beforehand. So with that, I'm going to go to the microphone on my microphone number 2.
Yes. Je m'appelle Huguette.
Thank you. My name is Huguette. I'm from Orleans in eastern Ottawa. My first question is for Minister Carolyn Bennett. The Conservative government eliminated the program for groups, for employment equity groups. As the Minister for Persons Living with Disabilities, how do you think the current government could go about dealing with this obstacle? My second question, sorry, we'll just stick to one question for now, if that's all right.
And then if we have time, we'll come to the back and allow the mic open up again. So microphone number 1.
Compris? Vous avez compris?
Did you understand what was just said? So you ask a question, we'll move on to the next person, but you can come back again for your next question. Yes, I understood. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
For number 1.
Oui, bonjour.
Thank you. Hello. My name is Philippe Dieudonné. I'm from Ottawa, Orleans. My question is for Ms. Mélanie Joly. We talk about equality. Since this morning and every day with the Liberal Party, we've talked about equal opportunity. I know that the party will truly try to ensure that equal opportunity is there for everybody. But I have a question. It has to do with francophones. I was wondering if equal opportunity also applies to francophones. Why is it that someone who speaks French with a functional level of English cannot work in government in the way that someone who speaks English with a functional or basic level of French can? I'd like to know why we can't have our own chance as well. Thank you, sir.
Madam, if we can have the gentleman behind, I would invite you to wait until we get through this round, and we can come back to you at a later time. Okay? We just in fairness to everyone here, we want to be able to give everyone a chance to ask the question. So if we could.
Sauf que la ligne n'est pas trop longue.
Except that if the line's not too long, it seems to me perhaps I could come back with my second question again and expect my answer. Sorry, what the moderator just said, ma'am, is that what we're going to do is take a number of questions at the same time. Sorry, great, I understood. But I think I have the right to ask my question as well. All right, so here's my second question. My question is now for Minister Monsef. It has to do with Senate reform. Up until now, what the government has done is to make the senators independent. The idea is an organizational change. So, is Senate reform only based on making senators independent, or are we considering a Senate for the 21st century? Thank you very much.
To microphone number 1, and then we'll get our panelists to answer those questions. So, Madam.
Hello, my name is Joanne Levy. I'm a past candidate for Selkirk Interlake Eastman. Thank you. I was very taken with how you've seized the initiative under a new government. And I recall an interview that Madame Joly did very early on where she said, we're not here to sort of perpetuate the system, we're here to hack the system. And I think that's true of each one of you in your own way. And I would be interested in a comment from each of you as to what part of that system you want to hack in the most priority fashion. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have 4 questions. We'll start with Minister Bennett, then Minister Joly, and then Mr. Monsef.
I'm going to do the first one.
And then, okay, you're going to do the first one. Okay, great.
Madame, est-ce qu'elle est là encore?
Oui. Oh, elle est là.
Bonjour, moi je dirais...
Hi there. In response to your question, I think the biggest obstacle for persons with disabilities is to not be able to find employment. We know that there is a lot of discrimination in the job market. And for me, when we, in a few months, focus on federal legislation for accessibility, our big priority will be how to develop legislation that will make sure that there is no discrimination. Currently, under the current system, you have to wait for discrimination in order for the person to be able to complain. However, if we have appropriate, correct legislation, we hope that people will be able to get employment right away and won't have to wait until they file a complaint for us to help them. So every day, I've been told that this is the biggest obstacle for persons with disabilities when it comes to participating in society. So for me, this is an absolute priority. And with regards to your question on official languages and the ability to work for the federal government, as a minister responsible for official languages, I have shared responsibilities with my colleague Scott Bryson, who is the head of the Treasury Board. And he is responsible for human resources and responsible for making sure that the federal system is fully bilingual. This is of concern to us. We've been following it very carefully, and we have launched a number of initiatives recently. In particular, we want to make sure the Minister of Defense and I have had the opportunity of ensuring that the Military College of Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu will provide a university education in French. I've worked with John McCallum to make sure that once again we have immigration programs for Francophones in minority situations. This is something that had been abolished by the Harper government. There's huge challenges in the area of official languages. A number of initiatives were cut by the previous government, and the effects are still being felt 10 years later. So that's why it's important to recreate leadership in the area of official languages, to show that it's important to us that we be a bilingual country and that Francophones and Anglophones have the same rights in Canada. We have the right to speak our language, we have the right to live in communities that have linguistic duality, and that we be able to work for the federal government.
Clarify is we can't make senators be independent. What a 21st century Senate is able to do is represent the regions and the peoples in this diverse nation of ours. What a 21st century Senate is about, we believe, much like the conversation we just had about our Constitution as a party, a 21st century Senate is a Senate that is for Canadians and open to all Canadians. And a 21st century Senate is one that responds to the needs of Canadians and delivers and advocates on their behalf. So a 21st century Senate for us is becoming a reality. We just had 7 incredible Canadians appointed by the Prime Minister for the first time through an independent body. We took the patronage and the partisanship out of that process because we recognize that even though senators have for generations worked honorably and tirelessly to serve Canadians, the reputation of the institution has been hampered partly because of that perception of partisanship. The Prime Minister felt it was important to take that element out, and so we brought together and for the first time opened the doors to provinces and invited them to be part of the process. The 7 senators who've been appointed are indicative of the fact that we are on the right path. Now, an open Senate is really important for us as well. We need to have people like you and me, raised by single parents, the working class, people who have had experiences in rural and remote regions of our country, people who have been born elsewhere but call this country home, the Indigenous peoples of this land. As you heard the Prime Minister say, the most important relationship for us as a government. We need people who bring the voices of many others to the table to become and to take these seats of honor and responsibility. And that's why, in a matter of days and weeks, we will open the application process for Canada's Senate so that any Canadian who is eligible as per the Constitution is able to put their name forward for consideration by this advisory board. And this is what a 21st century Senate is about, reflecting the voices of those regions in the country that need to be reflected, appreciated by Canadians for the hard work that it does, and open so that any Canadian who wishes to serve their country and their people is able to do so. And I'm really proud that it is our government taking those leading steps to make that happen.
So we can have Mr. Bennett and Peter Shifke address the last question, Ms. Levy's question.
Would you like to start?
Go ahead.
Sure. It was a great question, first of all. I guess for the Ministry of Youth, I don't know if we can hack a system that, for all intents and purposes, hasn't been there for a decade. So there's very little that existed when the Prime Minister appointed himself the Minister of Youth and embarked on this road to empower young people and do more for young people. So the biggest challenge for us right now is to change the mindset in government that young people can't contribute. And for all intents and purposes, we're starting from a very low area. When you talk to a lot of people, you have to explain to them of the merits of embracing young people and bringing them into the decision-making process and providing them with what we all know are limited resources. There's a big sell to be made, but one of the things that we have going for us is that we have a Prime Minister who is so passionate about young people and empowering young people that for the first time in history, he appointed himself the Minister of Youth. And so we're starting off on good footing, and we've made a lot of headway so far, but we have a lot of work to do to really change that mindset, and I think that's the biggest challenge that we have right now moving forward.
Great, so we'll, do you want to?
Sure. I mean, I think it's quite obvious what I have to hack into in my job, and that's hacking into stereotypes and racism and the fact that there has to be our reconciliation that happens between non-Indigenous and Indigenous Canadians. So I see my hacking into the 96% of Canadians who are not from an Indigenous background is equally part of my job, and that we actually have to get on with this. I can't thank the Minister of Heritage and the Prime Minister enough for making reconciliation one of the 4 themes in Canada 150. It is going to be a hugely important job. It means that every riding association, every community has the opportunity to try and design a program on reconciliation, that there's actually money to be sprinkled across the country to get those projects off the ground. And I hope that every single one of you will begin your hacking of what you didn't learn in school by next month. Is Aboriginal or Indigenous Reads Month. I want you all to read an Indigenous author, take it to your book club, and actually start talking about it, because it all starts with you.
Well said. So, Minister, on that note, what book would you recommend?
Well, it's interesting that some ridings have a built-in advantage by having a friendship center or having a place where somebody might want to take a course at college. They can start online, they can start watching APTN, they can start watching CBC Indigenous. There's websites, but it's a matter of listening to the youth and being able to really have a look at what's out there. And again, I said to the Governor General before Christmas, I wish I had a portal where we could send people. If you put in your postal code, we'll send you to the closest reconciliation spot. So like we would if you were asking to stop smoking, we could send you to the closest program. But I'm going to need your help in figuring this out, but I think the friendship centers have been a very good place to begin.
If I may also, there's the National Film Board, the NFB website. There's thousands and thousands of documentaries and information in regards to Indigenous people. So if you want to go there, nfb.ca, there's lots of information. onf.ca, ça vaut vraiment la peine.
And if you go to the NFB part, you see, when you go to films, there's another little part that nobody ever sees. They never see the part that says Canadian films, and they never see the part that says NFB.
It's amazing.
And if you go in there, you can even watch it on the plane home.
Yeah.
So we'll get back to our conversation. We're going to start with microphone number 2 and then go over to microphone number 1.
Thank you. My name is Alex Kondakov, and I'm proud that in 2015 I made my small contribution to the campaign of Terry Duguid, who is now serving Winnipeggers in Winnipeg South. He's doing a great job here. He was a great public speaker, introducing people here on this stage. So there is no need for me to tell to anyone who is somehow related to work of MPs or to their staffers how overwhelmed they are with requests of immigration and assistance on immigration. At the same time, there is no need for me to tell those who are either first-generation Canadians or somehow deal with those problems about this feel of anxiety, about this feel of hopelessness and powerlessness when you're waiting for response from the CIC or from the member of the Office of MPs. So since we have the title, The Voices of Our Movement, my question is there any way we as party, you as MPs, as ministers, can improve this communication between the immigrant community, between the community of first-generation Canadians and the government? Because somehow, if there is miscommunication, our party, our government suffer because of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex.
Hello. Thank you, honourable members, for this opportunity. My name is Benison Smith, and I hail from the riding of Peterborough-Kawartha, which is represented federally by one of the best MPs around. My question is in regards to your professional relationships with the Prime Minister, and especially in caucus meetings around the cabinet table. I'm interested to hear what you've observed from the Prime Minister when he's leading, and what you've taken away from his leadership style and applied to your own leadership in your communities, and how you observe the Prime Minister perhaps leading by example. Just interested in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Hello everybody, my name is Raresh Burlaku. I'm coming from Laval-les-Îles in province of Quebec. The question is addressed to Minister Mélanie Joly. Vous avez parlé tous ces jours-ci.
All of these days we've been talking about Canada returning on the international scene. I'd like to know if you think that cultural diplomacy might be something that we could do, that there might be an objective there, and if that might help eliminate conflict across the world. Je commençais à perdre la voix même avant le congrès.
Association. Also put on my other hat as chair of the Ottawa Children's Festival that just concluded another successful 31st year. And it really applies to multiple portfolios. Arts and culture, very important to the country and important to the future, important to capacity build with young people, because those are the future artists. Through your leadership, Madame Joly, Canada Council for the Arts, received a tremendous boost this year. I would hope that as we move forward, like the Canada 150, you're looking at community-based riding by riding, neighborhood by neighborhood. Hopefully, organizations such as ours and a lot of the smaller arts and culture organizations across the country look forward to working with the department to look at funding at the local level rather than the larger organizations that are funding strictly professional artists. We use professional artists, compensate them, and so obviously for youth, for artists, and for sport as well, these are things to consider at a local level rather than just at the national funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. So I think we'll start, there's two questions for Mr. Joly, so we'll start off with her. And then the leadership style question, I think we'll start with Peter and then work our way over here.
Okay. Well, in terms first of cultural diplomacy, la diplomatie culturelle, c'est dans ma lettre de mandat de...
Cultural diplomacy is in my mandate, actually, to look at those programs that were abolished by the preceding government, that had something with commercials and promo. So what we started doing recently has something to do how to hack the system. We set up huge consultations to find a strategy to support Canadian content in books, music, film, generally speaking, the whole entertainment industry and information, and how to develop a strategy to support Canadian content digitally, but also export Canadian products. We never had a
in the world. We're the third biggest producer of video games in the world. So we want to use these strengths to really showcase the best of Canada, but really also develop a capacity and make sure that we have the first in history strategy when it comes to cultural export. And that's why it's much more, c'est beaucoup plus que de la diplomatie culturelle.
It's a lot. It's not just culture, it's economic development. Second thing, having to do with the support, how to support government.
Well, Canada 150 is a good opportunity. I really hope that you seize the opportunity of what we've developed is a micro grants strategy. So how does that work? We've just partnered with the Canada Community Foundations, and so may you be in Peterborough or in Victoria or in St. John's, Newfoundland, basically you have access to every community organization will have access to grants up to $15,000 if they, of course, apply and get the grant. And I really hope that you look into, I think you were saying you were from Ontario, around Ottawa. So in Ottawa. So you can really go and see the Community Foundation of Ottawa and apply, and you can get some money there. So that's for one thing. The other thing also is the Canada Council has just launched an entire revision of its programs. And certainly that could be interesting to look at what are the new programs. At Heritage, we're certainly looking at all the modality of programs right now because they were developed in another era. So this is certainly, in terms of having a much more grassroots approach, this is something we'll be looking into.
So the leadership question, I'm going to ask everybody to just keep it to 30 seconds, and then Mr. Qualtrough will just finish off on the immigration question.
I think there was, in terms of multiculturalism or the relationship with immigration?
On the immigration processing issues, I think that was part of the question, and there was also multiculturalism component as well. So let's start with Peter on the leadership question.
Perfect. I love this question. I got it from a fifth grader a couple weeks ago. He said, how is it working with the Prime Minister? How is his leadership style? I think there's two things, and I'm trying to fit into 30 seconds. The first is, the one thing that you realize very early on is that the Prime Minister sets the pace. He is, if for all of us, I think we'll all agree, if you're with the Prime Minister, you're usually walking behind the Prime Minister trying to keep up with the Prime Minister. So he sets the pace, and he constantly reminds us that we have 4 years to deliver on some pretty big things, and we need to move as fast as we can and just go, go, go. I, to the fifth grader, referred to him as the Energizer Bunny, not realizing that she didn't get the reference because she was too young. So the only ones who got it were the two teachers in the back. In any case, the second is, leadership style-wise, how much trust he puts in his team. And the fact that he gives you a lot of his trust and says, we've got a team. The reason the team is there is because we've got a lot of work to do, and allows you to go about your work and doesn't micromanage your work. And that's something that I very much appreciate, and I'm sure that my colleagues very much appreciate as well.
When I first found myself around the cabinet table, I kept waiting for Prime Minister Trudeau to be different behind closed doors than he was to Canadians. I kept waiting for him to be different. And that's part of a cynicism that I think many of us carry with us. Part of it is healthy, and I kept waiting. I was so fortunate when it dawned on me a month or two into our mandate that the Justin Trudeau that Canadians see behind the podium is the Justin Trudeau that we see behind closed doors.
Yeah.
As for his leadership style, this happened in one of the cabinet conversations. The agenda's packed, and we got to get through the conversation and make thoughtful interventions and decisions. And we were about to move forward, and one of our women colleagues who had originally raised her hand said, you know what, I don't need to add anything. It's already been discussed. And he could have moved on because he chairs these meetings. He could have moved on to the next item, but he didn't. He stopped and said, no, what were you going to say? And he opened up the floor and gave her that platform, and her response, as always, was quite important and valuable to the discussion. And it was a small example, but that ability for him to create a space for people who are reluctant or don't always have an opportunity to have input, that is the kind of Prime Minister that Canadians elected, and that's the kind of leader and leadership style that we all look up to. So those were two really important moments for me.
I think the thing for me is the titanium in his spine on values and principles. This guy is unwavering when it comes to what he believes the right thing to do is. And I think that sometimes in leadership, people you know, we know that we've all worked with people who have their sort of wet finger in the air trying to figure out which way the wind's blowing and what'll fly and what won't fly. And he cares about what's the right thing to do, and based on his values and principles, and it is such a solid rock for all of us, and it is, I think this is the part that the opposition somewhat underestimated in the last election, and we're showing his stuff now.
Well, I think in line with everything that has been said, when you look at it, it's his moral leadership. And his moral leadership is also based on how he is as a person, like Mariam said, and how strong he will advocate his values and make his decision-making based on values, like Carolyn said. I think also that he's brought a lot of humility to the conversation, to the discourse. It's not ego-driven. It's based on, giving the chance of everybody to present their ideas in a respectful manner. And that's huge, because I really believe, and we all believe, I think, that politics is usually run by egos. And when, as if when you make an error, you die. It doesn't work like that. The idea is that, you're there to further your ideas, your projects. You're there to hack the system. And I think that he's been really good at making sure that his humility, the fact of being connected to people, being the MP of Papineau and then being the Prime Minister, he has been staying the same person all the way. And in that sense, that's why he's been, being such an amazing, moral leader, because he is a humble man.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I would add the moral compass that the Prime Minister has is unwavering. And what I find both fascinating and exhilarating is when he says government by cabinet, he means it. He has appointed a group of subject matter experts to cabinet who are confident in what they do and work together as a high-performing board of directors would. You are expected to show up to cabinet prepared to offer your opinion well beyond your own portfolio. In fact, it's encouraged and required, because when it's your member of cabinet or when it's your issue, you've got your, it's your issue, and you need the broader perspective that your colleagues can bring. But we give it to each other confidently, and you don't feel threatened by it as a cabinet minister, because Carolyn appreciates if I offer a perspective. 5 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission reports have to do with sport. How can I help? And then we build on that, and then when we all work together and bigger ideas come out of it, and it makes our decisions stronger. And the Prime Minister creates a space for us to have those conversations. It's okay to oppose, it's okay to challenge, but ultimately we come to the same place, and it's exciting as a group to work in that environment.
So on the immigration question?
Oh yeah, so what I was going to add on the immigration front, sorry?
Gary should take the
immigration. Oh, take it. Perfect.
Well, I know that quite a bit of work is undertaken by Minister McCallum on this file, procedurally to make changes to a lot of the challenges that all of our MPs' offices face. I think we've often said that about more than half the work that most MPs' offices do relates to immigration. So it really comes down to a systemic, structural issue with the department because of what's happened in the last 10 years. So we're really looking at a cultural change. We're expediting processes and making sure that I think the kinds of things that a lot of our people are waiting for example, wait times on spousal sponsorship is now upwards of 18 months in some cases. So there's commitment by the minister to reduce that and to make sure that there's changes across the board on a systemic level, so that our constituents are not frustrated by what's going on. I know there's a number of people waiting, so I want to kind of, keeping in mind we only have about 12 minutes, what I want to do is ask everyone in the microphone to go through the questions, so 30 seconds each, and then we'll do a quick wrap-up. Okay, so maybe we'll start with microphone number 1. The 3 people waiting in line, please go right after each other, and then we'll go to microphone number 2, and then clear the deck. So no more questions, no more people lining up on the mic, and then we'll do a quick wrap-up with the panelists.
Okay, I'll be very quick. Kennedy once said, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country," and it deals with questions. There are questions that we ask for clarification, but then there are questions we ask ourselves to see what we can do. So this question is to the youth minister, and it is, what are youth today asking themselves that they think they can do? Thank you.
Thank you.
That's different.
I'm Kathy Brown. I'm the president of the Ontario Senior Liberals Commission. My question is for Minister Qualtrough. You'll notice that the 4 commissions, 3 of them at least have a ministry that's dedicated to their issues. Seniors have no one dedicated to their issues. Your ministry is sport and disability, and how do you fit in the fact that many seniors, as they age, become disabled, and what does your ministry plan to do in that respect?
Thank you. And sir?
Thank you. My name is Bill Ballin, Winnipeg North. So, bienvenue à Winnipeg.
Merci.
And
welcome to Winnipeg.
Madame Jolie, I was the executive director for Patrimoine Canadien ici, Winnipeg, for the Prairie region for 16 years. I am biased. I think you do have a wonderful department and a mandate. Although I have to tell you that as a senior bureaucrat, we worked in council with the other departments, and we interacted with almost every one of the themes
They need to be cold.
that you had been
Sir, I'm going to ask if you could just ask your question, please.
The question basically is, one of the tragedies of the last 10 years is the undervaluing of the public service. And it's one of the major institutions of Canadian unity, of strength of Canada. We have a wonderful, strong cabinet. I really plead with you to strengthen, have that trust which has been taken away, and embody more and empower more into the public service who can do so much to build the country.
Thank you, sir. Microphone number 2.
Hi, my name is Dennis McGrath. I'm a delegate from Fort York, Spadina, first time here. I'm also a self-employed creative. I write for Canadian television, mainly to Minister Jolie, but to the rest of you as well. I was in Hungary last year filming X Company when the situation at the Kaleti train station and the Syrian refugee crisis exploded, and I woke up every day wondering if there's going to be a massacre there. And I looked across the sea here, I logged into CBC, and I saw the government of the time was throwing oil on the fire. And I thank all of you for what you've done to improve that. I look at things, as is my occupational hazard, in terms of the story, and always in terms of the story that we tell. So looking ahead to the end of this mandate, to 2019, for each of you, what do you think the most important story that Canada, now that it's back, can tell the world? And how can each of you work to empower the people, the Canadians, who are telling those stories to the world?
Okay. Thank you, sir. Keeping time in mind, if I can ask each one of you 15-second fast questions, and then we'll get to the panel. So please, if you could, Madame.
Sylvie Quentin, Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
My question is for Ms. Monsef, but actually, I was so enthusiastic when I saw that you asked all members to consult their fellow citizens on the matter of democratic reform. For me, that was quite a spark. I worked for many years in public consultation. At the same time, and Ms. Bennett will know what I mean, I worked with citizen engagement. It's way more than just going to see people and saying, what do you think about this, that, and the other thing? There has to be solid structure around that. My question, what do you want to do? What are your intentions? Are you working with experts in citizen engagement?
ADCs, ACDs, whatever, les circonscriptions, where there are, like in our area riding, it's not liberal.
Madam,
MP.
I think...
So what are we going to do? How are we going to be involved in all of that?
Okay,
through
so
our deputy or through the party?
I want to apologize for the rest of the people who are waiting in line. Unfortunately, we only have 6 minutes, so I'm going to get the panel to give us a quick 1-minute response. So I do apologize for the people who are waiting. Please continue the conversation afterwards. We'll all be here for a little while longer. So we're going to ask, there's a number of questions here, and maybe you can incorporate your answer and kind of maybe some concluding remarks as well. So we'll start with Minister Coulter and then finish with Peter. Just within 1 minute, please.
Thank you. So on the issue of seniors, there are a number of us ministers whose areas touch seniors issues. In fact, one could say that all ministers are very responsible to ensure that seniors issues are addressed. In particular, myself, Minister Duclos, and Minister Mahajcek regularly discuss seniors issues. From my part, disability issues and seniors issues overlap to a big extent. And I've met with seniors advocates from across the country, and one of the things we're very deliberately doing, my mandate letter says to create a Canadians with Disabilities Act. And we are now calling it accessibility legislation instead, to be more inclusive and to include anybody who may not perhaps see themselves as having a disability, but might have a barrier to participation in a program, a service, a job, or any kind of civic institution. And so I'm very mindful of the overlay. I'm very aware that there is no champion that has that population in their title, but rest assured that whenever I put a disability lens, I put an accessibility lens on it, and that includes seniors. And I know that Minister Duclos and Minister Mahajcek in particular feel the same way. So thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Jolie?
Yes, in terms of the public service, actually, well, I must say that the trust is there. And why? Well, as Canadian Heritage Minister, I have 8,000 grants and contributions assigned per year. So that's 30 per day. So, we've been quite busy today and yesterday and, the day before. And so that would mean that I would have 60 to sign, tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow we're all going back. So that basically I could have a backlog of 210, 420. And, I know how to make my additions, my maths. That was too complicated, and that's why organizations were getting their checks 5 to 6 months after they had been approved by Heritage. So what I did, I know Carla did pretty much the same thing also within her department, is that I decided to trust the public service in order to better the service standards, in order for organizations to get their checks, weeks after they got approved. And so I delegated 90%. Everything that is below $75,000 is now approved regionally by the public service. That has never been done by Heritage. And that's a huge win.
With that, we're going to go on to Minister Bennett. Very, very briefly.
Very briefly. I'd been a minister before and had a fantastic relationship with the public service. And so I really do think that we are trying to bring back this idea that public servants are creative, innovative people that have been hampered over this time. And we want their good ideas coming forward and fearless advice to all of us. I love the question about citizen engagement, the démocratie entre les élections. It's really important as we tap in to citizens. It's where we're going to find the solutions. And so I think that's fantastic. And the question about how we'll look back on this time, I think it will be about reconciliation for us. It is about closing those gaps in education and health and economic outcomes, but it will be about developing a real partnership with Indigenous people in this country and getting rid of the stereotypes and such that all Canadians have new friends that are First Nations, Inuit, and Métis.
Thank you, Minister Monsef. Very briefly.
When the Prime Minister asked if I would take on the responsibility of democratic institutions in his cabinet, he also told me to take into consideration what I've learned in Peterborough and to apply what I've learned in Peterborough over the past 20 years to this portfolio. And what I've learned in Peterborough is that when people come together to have a conversation about governance and government, something happens in the process. When neighbors start speaking to neighbors about issues that matter to them, like that of democracy, we build a sense of community. When I hosted a town hall and over 300 people came to talk about issues that mattered in Peterborough, there were some things that the government couldn't do. Like, we can't immediately provide English as a second language classes for the Syrians who had chosen to be in Peterborough. But when we asked the crowd, we said, is there anybody here who can help expedite the learning for these new neighbors? 15 hands went up. So my vision for this portfolio and for the consultation process is, yes, there will be 338 ridings across this country having an important conversation that we need to have in the 21st century. In the process, building community. Yes, it will be a kit available online.
Minister, I'm going to have to cut you off, and I know that's
Gary
not
when
easy.
he says your time is up. That's my vision.
So, Peter, you have 15 seconds for a quick conclusion.
I have
and then you have a
15
question, very important question that was posed to you.
No problem. First of all, it was a great question. The question that we always get from young people and the question they ask themselves is, what can I possibly do to contribute? And we get that question over and over and over again, and the response that we give to them is, think big and act big, because that's what this country needs to solve a lot of the challenges that we're facing. And the thing that we're trying to reinforce is that they have a government that is now an ally and that is going to invest in them becoming the best musicians, the best scientists, the best teachers, the best doctors. And that doesn't always happen.
And that's such a great way to end, Peter. I know
I condensed
we could have ended in a better way. So thank you very much, everyone. I know better is possible is not just a mantra, it's how we are progressing, and we have a team that's doing it, and together we're building a movement. So thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your great questions and for your patience.
Gavin. Folks, we have one more important part of the convention program to go, and this will be the announcement of the results of voting for our national executive. So we hope you'll stay in the room to hear those exciting results, and then you'll get to meet your new executive who are going to take us forward over the next 2 years. So if you would please stay put. That program will begin at 6:15, so please stay with us. Thank you very much.
Hill. Welcome back, everybody. If nothing is so powerful in democracy as voting, then nothing is so exciting as hearing the outcome of a vote. I'm sure you're all excited to hear the votes that you put in today. To tell us about the outcome of today's vote for our contested national board elections for Vice President French and National Policy Chair and national officers for Liberal commissions, please welcome back our Chief Returning Officers, Ms. Beatrice Rafoul and Bernard Amiel.
Well, thank you everyone very much. I'm here with, thank you Rebecca, and I'm here, je suis là avec Bernard Amiot, mon directeur.
As I'm with Bernard, who is our a returning officer of this biennial convention.
For all the work that they did for us. I'm pleased to announce to the plenary the results of the elections for the executive positions for the commissions and the national board. Il y a eu 4 courses en total.
There were 4 races in total.
National Women's Liberal Commission, président de la Commission libérale féminine nationale. The candidates were Cara Levis and Katie Olmsted. And the new president of the National Women's Liberal Commission is Cara Levis. Congratulations. Our second race was for the position of co-chair female of the Indigenous Peoples Commission, co-président pour la Commission des Peuples Autochtones féminines. The candidates for the position were Lisa Abbott and Wendy Gervais, and the new co-chair female for the Indigenous Peoples Commission is Lisa Abbott. Congratulations. The next 2 races are for positions on the national executive. The candidates for National Policy Chair, Président National des Politiques, were Lindsay Amantia, Vicken Atarian, and David Herford. The new National Policy Chair is David Herford. Congratulations. Et finalement, pour la position.
And finally, the last race was for the position of National Vice President French.
And Marianne Campouras. Et le nouveau vice-président national
And the new National Vice President French is Sébastien Fassier.
Thank you to all the candidates for stepping forward, and congratulations to all the winners. Et maintenant, veuillez accueillir.
And now, please welcome our presidents, the presidents of the Liberal Party of Canada.
Party of Canada, please welcome Anna Gainey.
Hello again.
Ben. Merci, Béatrice.
Thank you, Beatrice. Thank you, Bernard.
Our newly elected members of the National Board, as well as those elected to our commissions, the Indigenous Peoples Commission, the Women's Commission, the Young Liberals of Canada, as well as the Seniors Commission. And j'aimerais remercier tous ceux qui sont présentés comme candidats.
And I would like to thank all of those who ran.
It's a lot of work to run these campaigns, so I appreciate you putting your name forward, and there's lots of work to do for everyone going forward. So thank you very much. I would like to, I want to thank our extraordinary team of volunteers who were here this weekend. You saw them in the yellow t-shirts. Partout, ils ont travaillé tellement fort.
Everywhere, they worked so hard.
I also have to thank the incredible staff at the Liberal Party of Canada for producing this convention. It is truly an enormous amount of work, and they've done a great job. Thank you guys very, very much. Merci à vous tous d'être présents.
Thank you for being here this weekend.
It was a very important and historic convention for our party, and I'm so glad that we had such a huge participation and representation from across the country. I'm very proud of how we came together and of what we accomplished this weekend. Thank you all for being a part of that. Merci beaucoup. J'aimerais inviter les membres de votre conseil de direction.
I would like to invite the members of the National Board
Up on stage with me and let everyone get a good look at your faces. Some of them I fear are lingering in the Laurier Club lounge. So are you here? Come on up. This is your National Board of Directors. These are the folks with whom I'm looking forward to working with, and they are looking forward to working with all of you. You have elected them, and we will be writing and consulting and working on those bylaws we have talked so much about in the last couple of days. So give them a big round of applause. Many of them worked very hard already, and I know they will continue to do so. There is, however, one person missing from this National Board of Directors, the Prime Minister, the leader of our party. We have to have you up here as well to make this group complete. No, not everyone up. We're going to take a quick photo and then...
Actually, hang on. Let's everyone step forward. Here we go.
Look at this. Thank you all. I will see you all in the Laurier Club Lounge, officially, shortly. On that note, I'd also just like to invite the co-chairs back up onto the stage for their closing remarks. Thank you all very much. Merci beaucoup, tout le monde.
Congratulations. That worked out well. Yeah, I'm sorry we couldn't do 100%.
Where's Mira? She needs to stay.
Speak right away.
I'll go get her. Just like Mira? Where did Mira go? She's left us.
Well, what a wonderful experience this has been. My closing piece is going to be a traveling song sending everybody home with all the good feelings that we have and the time that we shared together. It's part of our tradition here as Anishinaabe people that when we welcome people with our song, we also send them away with a song. So this is a song that comes from one of our clan mothers by the name of Sadie Buck. It's a song that's been with her family for a long time. And once you hear this song, it becomes a part of you, and you can sing it to those people who come visit you as well as you're sending them home. If I could get you to stand, it is an honor. Safe travels, everybody. And in our language, we don't have a word for goodbye. We have a word that means we will meet again, and it's giga wapa min minawa. So until we meet again.
Rebecca Chartrand, everyone. Let's give her a bigger round of applause. Merci, Rebecca. Veuillez vous asseoir, chers collègues libéraux.
Thank you. Please be seated, dear Liberals. Thank you to our exceptional co-chairs.
Co-chairs of this amazing Winnipeg 2016 convention. Chers délégués, je vous remercie.
Delegates, thank you for this unforgettable Congress convention.
And unifying convention. It is my great pleasure and honor to invite you all to tonight's wrap-up party at Fort Garry Hotel here in town at 222 Broadway, starting right at 8 p.m. Donc, soyez des nôtres à Fort Garry Hotel pour...
Please join us at the Fort Garry Hotel for our closing party as of 8 p.m. because Liberals know how to celebrate. Until next time, everybody.
What an amazing convention.
Thank you for this extraordinary convention.
Canadians across the country. Introducing Kathleen Wynne this morning was a moment for me that I will never, ever forget. So thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Carrie.
Bravo. Well, the time has come to close our 2016 convention, and I've been incredibly proud to see all of you here in my hometown. And let me tell you, you will always be welcome in Winnipeg. Putting on a huge event like this takes the effort and dedication of a lot of people, so please allow me a few thank yous. Let me start with Laura D'Angelo, our phenomenal Winnipeg 2016 Convention Manager. Where is she? There she is, over there. And Steve Kakucha, our General Secretary. They both did a fantastic job at organizing this convention. Our President, Anna Gainey and the National Board, who brought us all to Winnipeg. Thank you, Anna, for choosing Winnipeg. Hopefully it doesn't take another 36 years to come back. Sachin Mehra and his amazing host committee with Carolyn Mehra, Sandy Shahal, and Don Fletcher, they warmly welcome us to Winnipeg and will warmly bid us farewell at tonight's party. Where are they? Sachin? There we go. The great folks at Liberal Live who kept us connected to Canada throughout the convention. Thank you, Randy, and your great team. And my phenomenal co-chairs, fellow co-chairs, Randy Boissonneau, Rebecca Chartrand, and Mira Ahmad. What a great team. What a great pleasure it was to work with them over the last 3 days. And a special thanks to our 350 volunteers. What a great job they did. You were the heart and soul of this Liberal convention. Folks, the goal of this convention was to bring Liberals together from across our great country, to debate ideas, to share our passions, to grapple with difficult decisions, to modernize our party, and to deepen our resolve to work together for all Canadians. I believe that we achieved all of this and then some. And I'm glad we took a little time to celebrate our 2015 victory as well. So let's leave Winnipeg then, determined to keep nurturing the connections we've made with each other, to keep listening to Canadians, and to keep working hard for a better future. And as the Prime Minister always says, as he said today, better is always possible. Miigwech, merci, thank you. And if the Prime Minister would join us on stage for a picture, we'd be very grateful. Thank you very much, everyone. A bientôt, travel safely. God bless you all.